All right. Stream is still up, yeah? You guys still hear me? I don't know what happened there. My OBS just crashed completely all of a sudden for no reason. Hello friends, how are you? Happy holidays all. I know I haven't been around in a bit, so I missed the Christmas fun and everything like that. How's everybody doing? I was making coffee, actually. I actually was making coffee. Just mess with my settings here. Thought we could chat for a bit to start. If anyone wants to talk or ask questions or anything like that, check in about anything. Steven, there's someone behind you with weapons? Why would I need to worry about that? How's the music? Too loud? Sound balanced with my audio? You guys can hear me all right? Rumor has it you actually draw your mustache. Can you confirm? I can confirm. It is confirmed. Hi, Zico. What's up? How's everybody's art journey? Everybody making some good art lately? Anybody got classic artist New Year's resolutions? Gonna try to do more pictures in 2022? Picture a month, picture a day? My cherry blossom mug isn't very on brand with everything that I do on here, is it? Hi, Arctic Monkey, how are you? It's getting better, getting better. I'd like to start with the question on how can you keep your imagination fresh? Well, that's a big question for any artist. I think it does depend on your individual practice, but I think in terms of general advice that I could give, you need to look at stuff that's outside of the norm for you. You know, if you're going to the same old resources, the same old references, the same old benchmarks over and over and over again, there's only so long that can keep your imagination activated. You know, your imagination, if you're an artist, is a wild, expansive, just completely uncontrollable demon that consumes, chews up, and eats everything that it is shown. And it moves with more freedom than anything solid in the world. So it's no surprise that not one thing can keep it invested forever. You know, you gotta keep feeding it new things, making sacrifices to it. You know, it's like this week it's boats and this week it's pigs. This week it's clouds at magic hour and this week it's the arrangement of bonsai trees. I'm aiming to honestly finish one painted image a week. I believe in you, Foku. I believe in you. How do I draw as much as Karl Kapinski and also dominate the world and force everyone to eat potatoes? Eating potatoes and dominating the world, probably outside of the scope of Karl's abilities. I'm basing that entirely on the fact that Karl has not done that yet. And as far as I understand it, obviously, if he could do that, he would have already. So I think there's maybe a slight disconnect there between Karl, what you think of as Karl's abilities and what you realistically believe is possible with them. So I would just analyze that a little bit, be careful about that. As to how do you draw as much as him, don't compare yourself to the freaks. That's what I would say. it's very easy to get very caught up in what the algorithms feed you, what your assumptions are about how art gets made, and that's never a good thing. That's never ever a good thing. You have to be extremely cautious as a person to compare yourself to the freaks unless you truly have a very freakish personality and a freakish goal. You know, I hate to use the word freak over and over again, but I really don't know what else quite encapsulates it, right? Kim Jong-gi, Karl Kopinski, Eliza, Claire Wendling, these are freaks. They're freaks of nature. They don't give up. They don't stop. They can't be discouraged. No failure of art, no bad drawing can even faze them, can even hurt them, right? Is that you? Is that you yet? You might get there, but for now, don't break your spirits by comparing yourself to the freaks. You gotta be more reasonable than that. Draw as much as you can right now in your life. That's what you should do. What is the maximum number of ninjas you have hidden in a drawing? 1. That's the maximum number right now. You can feel the inspiration swelling in your biceps? Yeah, that's it. You're getting the juice. Now you're feeling it. Ugh. Is Papa Alduri a freak too? You bet. Come on, man. Don't let him tell you otherwise. I've seen paintings that guy did when he was 14. He's a freak. Oil paintings that are other people's end goal. He's a freak. What is happening right now? Just chatting, drinking some coffee, saying hi to everyone. Haven't streamed in a while. It's been a bit, missed the holidays. Just talking before we get going. Just talking, giving everybody a chance to get their big questions off their chest and to get the motivational boost that they need. Because let's face it, that's what I offer the best. Come on. Thank you, it is what it is. Happy Magic Christmas vibes to you as well. Hope everyone's holidays were good. We're good. Hanging out, saw the family. Did my favorite things. Overate. Made fun of bad television. Chilled with my wife. Saw my mom, saw my sister. I've been watching your streams for a while, but I feel like I've fallen into the pit of doing too much studies and not enough drawing for the fun. I know you've touched on this before, but any tips? Drawing for fun is the most foundational cornerstone of your practice, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Anyone who tells you that shouldn't be the foundation of your practice is a devil, a little preening imp crawling through a cavern, trying to steal all of your powerful spiritual gold. Don't get them out of your life. You don't need them. That's not right. They're trying to deceive you. They're trying to knock you astray. They want to distract you while the rest of their crew pulls a heist on your heart. Don't let it happen. The fun is everything. I have fun with everything that I do. If I'm not having fun, I find a way to cut that out of my life immediately. It's all about the fun. It's nighttime in India. What about yours? It is 12:25 p.m. in EST on the Eastern Seaboard, my people. Should you learn how to paint traditionally before learning digital painting? I know it's a generic question, by the way. No, it depends on your goals. If your goals, well, here's the problem. If you're not clear on your goals, you're in big trouble, right? The best thing you can do for your practice always is to be as clear on your goals as possible. So if your goals are razor sharp and you know that for your goals, digital painting is where it's at, right? You want to be a commercial illustrator, a designer for games or entertainment, whatever. Feel free to go all in on digital, right? Having a traditional background certainly helps. It gives you a lot of objective things to hold on to in painting that you can try to translate into the very confusing world of digital, but it's not at all necessary. Whoop. That's interesting. I accidentally hit some button on my keyboard. Let's stop my music. All right. Yeah, it's not at all necessary in order to get good at digital painting. There's no reason that digital painting has to be connected at all with traditional stuff, right? You can use digital like digital. Use how razor sharp it is. Use how iterative it is. Use stamps. Use copy pasting. Use photo bashing. Like, if you get away from thinking it has to be something that it's not, just do digital the way that, for all of its freedom, for all of the things that it can do on its own that traditional can't do, right? Only worry about the connection between traditional and digital if you really, really want, the fun of laying brush strokes and doing this. You know, I love this. This is what makes my soul work. You know, more than my thoughts, more than my goals, more than the art that I make. I think as long as I'm doing this with my fingers, I'm happy. I think deep down it's just some mechanical thing. Hello, Steven. Recently found your channel. Came from Drawbox. Drawbox is good. And loved your advice on associating the dangers of drawing to your satisfaction in life. I love it too. Not just because I said it, but because I know I'm right. Your life's bigger than that. Your life's bigger than your art. You know, your art can take on a very outsized quality and outsized nature in your life. There's something deeply personal, something strongly held about art that makes it a little difficult to avoid that. But believe me, it doesn't need to be that way. It does not need to be that way. You are a complicated and sophisticated and probably emotionally labyrinthine person, if my experience with artists is any indication. So the art, the dust on the paper, the pixels on the screen, what is that in comparison to you? You've got to put yourself first. You've got to put yourself first. Imagination for an artist is an unchained beast, but there are psychological fears which stop artists from using good or dark ideas out of the box to draw. Any advice to encourage us, Steven? Every thought that you have that you feel keeps you from producing, from using an idea, from making something, always, invariably, is a shackle that you have lovingly crafted for yourself, right? Because the thought just flows in unbidden, right? No one knows where thoughts come from. No one knows what thoughts are. If you analyze your thoughts, if you look at them yourself, if you sit and meditate, right? If you just sit there, close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and watch your thoughts come and go, you very quickly will realize what an entire 5,000 years of meditative lineage has realized, which is that they just show up and you can't predict what the next one is. You don't get to control them. You don't get to decide the character of the next one for the most part. So when one of those shows up, again, random, and you decide that that one means something, that that one's really it, that that one has some weight, has real emotional valence. You know, my dad wouldn't like this drawing. What would my mom say if she saw this one? Or what if my best friend found out that this is what I'm gonna do with a career? You gave that thought that power, and it is loaded with tons of assumptions, many of them uncharitable, about how flexible your family or your friends are, and you are, with care and creativity, ruining your own life with that crap at every turn. So, stop it. All I've drawn in a while is gesture studies. Rest in peace. Hey, gestures are good. I've done a good 35 million of them. You know, there's nothing wrong with them. Just make sure you're having fun. Yes, Normie, it's about balance. Fun, discipline. All things in balance. I've been drawing for a year, but I don't have any art goals. Really, I just enjoy the process. Therefore, I just copy pictures. It feels wrong and uncreative. Any advice? It's not wrong or uncreative, right? There can be a misalignment of goals, right? You could feel deep down in your heart core that you want to be a, I don't know, a comic book artist or something like that, right? And you've sort of gotten distracted copying pictures because you're probably not going to make a comic book by copying pictures, right? That's probably not going to cut it. There, in that realm of a misalignment of goals, something's wrong. There's something that needs to be created. But if you just like copying pictures and that doesn't have any conflict with other goals that you have, who cares? Who cares? Just copy them. Just do it. Did you wish Cynics happy birthday? I did not know it was his birthday, but happy birthday, Cynics. Everybody loves you. Ooh, you changed the art world and now you're older. Happy birthday, Cynics. Ooh, you changed the art world. Ooh, it's your birthday, Cynics, you good boy. You going to draw something? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll draw something. I'm going to draw something. If it'll turn into anything, if it'll go anywhere, that remains to be seen, but it's always valid just to draw. Also, finally, after trying really hard, I actually drew a line from imagination. Good job, Ahmed. Good job. Excellent. Excellent. Is following a 50% rule beneficial? It's a rule about splitting your time into free drawing and practice. It's just funny. You said that to me like that wasn't my rule, when I'm pretty sure if that's going around right now, it's mine. Like I want to be very clear. If that's going around right now, if you heard that somewhere else, it's been me saying it, right? But it's not a rule. It's just a general recommendation that I give students. Actually, now that I think about it, isn't the 50%... No, Drawbox also recommends 50%, right? I think so. Anyway, I think Ursad over at Drawbox and me are the only ones I've ever heard give the 50% rule as a general split. But it's not a rule, right? It's not something to be stuck to strictly, right? It's just a general guideline. Honestly, I think most people would do better with an even more biased split where you spend more time being creative and less time studying, maybe 75% being creative and only 25% of your time studying. I think that once you've done a little bit of the initial work studying, right? Like after a year or two, instead of getting you super pumped, I think studying really drains people's energy a lot of the time. So I think being creative is better in the long run. Slow versus fast studies. Sometimes when I draw faster or when the time limit is shorter, I find some studies turn out better than the slower studies. I think both. In the long run, both. It's a little hard to give one piece of advice over the other, I would say. I have benefited much from slow and fast. I have tried to do more slow studies because work makes me go fast. Like, work made me crazy fast compared to most artists. I'm very, very quick. So I needed more slow studies for balance. And there's certain things about drawing that you will only learn on the other side of like 30 hours of drawing. You're not going to learn them. You're not going to learn them in the smaller time scales. You just need to commit to doing it and spending more time, getting more mileage far out there in the weeds. Who is faster, Med or Steven? I'm fast. I'm really fast, but Med is... You'll probably never get to see it, right? I got to go to school with him. I lived with him. Med will do a picture in 30 minutes that even a very, very good artist will need 3 hours to outpace. He's freakish fast. It's just something to do with both his mechanical mileage and also he thinks forward before he starts a picture. He I don't know how to say it. He doesn't just paint and find it a lot of the time. He sees it and he layers it in his head and he says this first, this first, this first, this first, erase out this, mask this out. I've never seen anyone faster. I've never seen anyone faster. Oh, I lost my spot in the chat. Can you please make a video about how to start digital painting? Just going to be honest, I'm probably not going to do something like that. It's just, it's very rare that I get into the weeds with beginners, like very ground floor beginner stuff like that. I can advise, I think Matt Core's Control Paint is a really good balanced start for digital painting because he teaches the tool, right? Like he explains Photoshop tools like masks and stuff like that while introducing painting concepts. And then once you get more into the painting concepts, maybe Med's Map by my friend Ahmed is a good way to expand on the painting side. But I think Control Paint is the best introduction for someone who's like never used Photoshop before, because like he takes you through like, here's how the brush palette works and things like that. You're a professional runner? I don't think so. Singing stream when? It's always a singing stream, baby. You never know when it's coming. You never know when it's coming. Quick other question in regards to your advice about having goals and exploring creative drawing. What kind of questions should a person ask? What kind of questions should a person ask themselves to understand what they want from the art? Let me get real serious here for a second. Attack your axioms. I mean it. Look at all of the ground floor assumptions that you're making about art. However many ground floor assumptions you think you're making about art, I can promise you you're making 1,000 times more than that. Look at all of your base level assumptions, break them all down, start skeptical with all of them. Assume that all of them are nonsense, that they're worth throwing away, and then carefully vet them and adopt the ones that really stand up to scrutiny. But those are the questions that I would start with. For example, are you letting the random choices of computer geniuses in Silicon Valley determine the kind of art that you make? Be honest with me and with yourself. I'm going to say it again. Are you letting the random choices of how social media is designed and propagated determine on a base level the nature of your art practice? Does that sound like a good idea? Your demon deserves better. I can draw. I love to do it, but not having much time because of my job. Should I quit? Never quit. It never works anyway. People like you who love drawing, who feel a deep connection with it, but they just don't have enough time. Other things in life are holding them back. Their job is holding them back. They just can't find the space for it. You guys think you're gonna quit? You never quit. I met tons of you. You never quit. All you wind up doing is, that's a classic problem that artists have, by the way. All right, tell me if this doesn't resonate with you. If I can't do it great, I shouldn't even do it. Does that hit you in the heart right here? Classic artist thing. Not special, not interesting, boring. All artists have that. If you let that blossom too much in your heart and you let it do something like what you just said, well, my job and everything is keeping me from doing it as good as I possibly could, so I might as well just quit because I love art so much that if I have to be the best, or I might as well not even do it, waste of time. All you're going to do is you're going to quit in a huff for like a year because you're emotional, right? And then in a year, your mood's going to change and you're going to be like, oh, I could have been doing it the whole time. If I had just done it for an hour every night, then I would have done 365 hours of drawing, and here I am not having done it. And then it's just going to turn into an existential crisis now instead of just this little crisis, right? So don't do it. Don't quit. It makes zero sense. People like you never ever actually quit. And it annoys me. It annoys me. I wish you guys would actually quit, but you don't. So don't lose the time. Don't waste the time. Just keep drawing. Always keep drawing. Remember, if you're asking yourself questions like that, it's because you're an artist. The deed is already done. The contract is already signed. You're already enslaved to the demon. Give up. You have no willpower here. The demon runs the show. The demon runs the show. Do you believe we all have demons? Yep. We all have art demons. I think the way that I see most people engage with art maps perfectly with everybody having an art demon inside who is possessing them and controlling them while they make their art. And my whole channel, everything that I'm doing right now, I'm not even here. It's my demon talking to your demon. It's not personal. I'm talking past you to your art demon. That's all that's happening here. It's my birthday in 50 minutes. Happy birthday, Yash. Man, another year around the sun. Another year around the sun. Good job, Yash. Let's just think on it for a moment. Ooh, that's good. I just drew Captain America as my first drawing without having a strong understanding of the fundamentals. Whenever I see good art, it just sort of inspires me and makes me jealous. That's all right. That's good. Use it. Remember, hold it with wisdom, always. Hold it with wisdom. As long as you're riding it, as long as you're the one controlling that chariot of jealousy and inspiration, it's good. Once the situation gets flipped and it's driving you, then it's time for some adjustment. Zico says, I love your streams. You're one of the main reasons I overcome a lot of negative thinking. Now I'm dancing with pencil to craft a mix of beauty and horror. Now I'm exploring the world of painting. Love it, Zico! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Zico. Yes. Tim says, don't compare yourself to the freaks. That is all well and good when your freakometer is well calibrated. But how do you calibrate your freakometer? You know who the freaks are. Here's a spoiler warning. The freaks are all of the people in your top 10 favorite artists. Sorry. That's gotta hurt, huh? But it's just the truth, right? Art is very competitive, lifelong journey, marathon, and you, Tim, you have good taste, right? That's why you're an artist. That's why you want to make good art. You have good taste. It's inevitable. So, of course, you appreciate and like your favorite artists are very, very good, freaky artists. So, there's your calibration. Everybody in your top 10 is a freak. That's why I say you need friends, you need peers, you need people who are on your level. You got to get in a Discord group. You got to start coming up with people, taking classes with people. You need to be in a cohort to calibrate your freakometer. I promise you. If you're designing in a vacuum where the only stars out there are the people with 1 million subs, on Instagram or whatever, freaks, man, freaks. You're going to drive yourself crazy. Joseph Mazziliano. How you doing, buddy? What's up, bad boy? Nothing much, man. Drinking coffee. Drinking coffee and talking, answering questions. Chatting. Hi, Eva. What's up? Hey, do you know how talent works? Thanks. I think Richard Schmidt had it right. Just assume you have it and then forget about it. Don't think about it anymore after that. Let's see. Actually, Steven, I did try and pursue freelancing as a pencil comic artist for a couple months, but I needed the money and had to go back, and I'm trying to do both currently at work. LOL. Hey, whatever works. I mean, I used to work an art studio job, so I was doing art, 8 to 6, 9 to 6 every day in office, and even though I was doing art all day for work, I was still finding ways to sneak in more art. You know, I had little thumbnails open in my Photoshop, like behind the document I was working on. I'd paint little thumbnails in there, and then when I heard anyone walking around, I'd click to the other document and make it look like I was doing the work that I needed to do. I always delivered on time. Come on. Relax, all right? Relax. I used to come in and warm up in the morning before I got to work, and if anyone gave me a weird look, I was like, this is what it takes to make good art during the day. You got to warm up. Wasn't true. I'd already warmed up before I went to the office. Used to go to life drawing after. Like, what I'm trying to say is that feeling doesn't go away, and having to fit more art into your life doesn't go away, right? You got the hunger. You got the bite. You just want more of it. Like, it's all right. It's all right to do it at work. It's all right to feel like you got to shove it in, like you got other things to do. I'm trying to tell you, even once you have an art job, that feeling will stick around. It ain't going anywhere. Yash says, I'm turning 18. Any advice for adulthood as an artist? Joy first. Happiness first. Put your happiness first. Don't get better. Focus on improving. Have goals. But everything must be buoyed by your joy. You have to be having fun. Don't let the weird stuff that's out there on the internet, don't let the kinds of jobs that are out there destroy your joy for art, right? You gotta have fun with it. Ridiculous fun, all right? Do whatever it takes. Doesn't matter if you're silly. It doesn't matter if you're serious. It doesn't matter if you're competitive. Your joy first, right? It could be silly joy. It can be competitive joy. It can be serious joy. It can be fine art joy. It can be commercial joy, but joy. Manufacture your own luxury, couture, custom, fit of joy. One says I got fired by such thumbnails. You got to be quicker on that control tab, friend. Got to be quicker on that control tab. That's all I got to say. Started to draw when I was young. Recently I learned ZBrush and found it easy for me to sculpt cool models. So there are connections between them. Yeah. I think that I have a good time and an easier time that I would have expected sculpting, I think, because I'm always thinking in form when I draw anyway. So, yeah, I think depending on the kind of draftsman you are, you translate better to other things. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if you were a very linearly focused draftsman, that sculpting would be very difficult. You know, it's just, I think it's mostly just about the amount of time that you spend in a particular mode while making art. You know, I spend almost all of my time in form mode, so I think that makes sense. Can you make a video showing your studio, like showing your table, equipment, drawing materials, and etc.? It's very not impressive. I'm no Ergo Josh or Adam Duff, all right? I'm just not cut of the same cloth as them. I have functional materials. I draw on a $50 6-foot banquet table from Staples because it's deep and it's wide. It's just crap, you know? That's what I've always used. I just like how much space it has underneath. I do have a nice computer. You know, I have an iMac that's pretty decked out from a few years ago. And I have an overhead rig for my camera. My camera, because I do pencil drawings, which are very hard to record, I have invested in a very good camera. I use the Lumix GH5, which I can recommend for this kind of a thing. Use a HUION tablet for digital drawing. And ironically, my favorite thing to do and the thing that I do best, pencil drawing, of course, that's cheapest of all. You know, pencils cost a few dollars, paper costs a few dollars. If you want hints for paper or anything like that, you can look in the description of the video. I have the paper that I usually draw on and things like that. Hi, is that your real body? Absolutely. I feel with art, you kind of have to have an understanding of multiple other jobs. Like to draw realistic buildings, you need to understand architecture. To draw cars, you need engineering. That's true to a degree. Yeah, there's a universal skill set that can be applied, which would be just understanding visuals, understanding what makes the world look the way it does. A lot of that is mostly realizing that the world is all flat shapes being projected on your retina. Once you realize that, you can technically draw anything once you understand that by looking at references, and you can even drag that into imagination by looking at references, sucking the shape soul out of your references and then applying those shapes to imaginative drawing. That'll actually get you like 60% of the way there. But then once you want to draw with insight any particular thing, yes, you need to understand the theory and the industries behind it, right? You want to draw figures, you need anatomy. You want to draw cars, yes, you need engineering. You want to do buildings, you betcha architecture will help. You want to draw flowers, you better have spent 6 years practicing to be a florist and doing Zen floral arrangement. You want to draw boats, you better have spent 39 years sailing the high seas on with a crew of 39, you know? It's real. A banquet table looks like those that pro wrestlers slam each other through. Yeah, you got the right one. That's the kind of thing. All right. Do you use makeup sponge to get flat values with pencil? No. I use a makeup sponge to lay in pastel powder sometimes for backgrounds, but that doesn't really go down flat. I still need to adjust it by hand. That's not really what I use the sponges for. The sponges are just to get a base value down, but it's not flat. And if I have strokes, if I already have drawn into an area, I don't really use the makeup sponge on that. I use a blending stump for that. All right, let's start drawing. I'll keep answering questions as we keep going, but let's start getting into drawing here. What do you think, people? Should we get it going? Should we start diving into the wide world of drawing? Should I put my mind on paper? Should I find out what's going to come out today? See if it's going to be a good day or a bad day for drawing and then win as long as I don't care? You betcha. With the rules that I set for myself, how can I lose? It's always a winning day as long as I draw and as long as I talk to my art friends. Whew. That's right. Feels good. Feels good. Let's do the intro. The year is 87039, new nonlinear time. It's been 50,000 years since Steven Zapata's final art stream, but we still live in a golden age defined by the gifts his stream bestowed upon mankind. Faster than light travel, eternal life, Steven cloning, and the keys to a truly galactic human civilization. My name is Stave Satapaz, a reminder clone of Steven Zapata, an exact reproduction of his personality as constructed by an AI compiling millions of hours of his original art streams. By all accounts, I'm exactly like the original Steven's public persona, just more muscular, exactly as he would have wanted. I travel the stars on my light tracer, a dream of Steven. My crew is, of course, all clones of Steven. Some of my officers are reminders like me, but not all. Some are bioclones, and yet others are aspectoids, clones who, instead of trying to capture his full essence, amplify a particular portion of the original Steven's personality. We've spent hundreds of years drawing, exploring, and philosophizing while snaking our way through the stars, spreading the good word of design. But we've had another, secret mission as we've cruised the cosmos. I, seek information on the legendary originals, Steven Zapata's true drawings that he flung wide across the stars at the end of his life on Earth, never to be seen again. My crew thinks I'm looking for them for the same reason all the other madmen do, because they would be valuable beyond all reason. But they don't know what I know, that a critical mass of originals in the hands of a trained reminder can provide a psychic link to the original Steven mind. Once I collect enough, I'll be able to fulfill my destiny and achieve psychological continuity with the original Steven. And through me, he will live again to usher in golden ages of art forever. Drawing Ascendant, the eternal chronicles of Steven Zapata. Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, people. Do I really need my hand paper right now? How's everybody doing? Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Pablo. Hi, Cynthia. Good to see you, sister. The Zapata Extended Universe? You betcha. Love the vibe this session. Me too. Me too. You know, I'm truly always glad as long as I'm drawing. Are you insane or a genius? Is there a difference? Honestly, is there a difference? I'm gonna start with some random shapes here. Oh my god. I got a drop of coffee on my paper. Unbelievable. Always a shame when that happens. But I'll be honest, I'm not willing to toss the sheet. Anyone knows a good Discord channel for artists that are somewhat like the people watching this stream right now? Well, I will say I do have a Patreon, and if you support me on there, it doesn't matter if you support me for 1 month or 5,000, you get permanent access to my Patreon Discord, and there's a lot of people like us in there, I'll tell you what. Oh, I had too much coffee. My hands jittery. Made that cowboy coffee by accident before stream. That's all right. We'll just let it translate into spontaneous itchy lines. It's freaking hot in here. Would you ever release an art book? Someday, absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt. It'll take some doing, you know. It's a lot of work and a lot of money to get it laid out, send it to the printers, ship it, because usually it's prohibitively expensive to print anywhere but China, so you have to do a lot of shipping logistics and things like that. I've kept my eye on what a lot of other people have done, and yeah, it's a serious enterprise making an art book, I'll tell you what. I think the Drawing Ascendant, Eternal Chronicles of Stephen Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1, playing immediately made me go into a sci-fi form language here. And I'm oh so fine with that. Some Bekchinski knuckly things coming out. I know it can be hard to see in the beginning, but don't worry. I can barely see these lines as well. There's no way around it. Always wind up starting with light lines. Where's my music at? Does the music you listen to affect your drawing style? I hope not. I love music as much as anyone, but I don't want it determining how or why I draw or what I draw. All I want to see is an eternity of Stephen Zapata space drama. You know, it's guaranteed. It's coming. Because, I mean, the intro explained it, right? It's like, that is the future. You know, the future is clones of Stephen Zapata, both the most important artist and the most important person in the history of mankind, traveling the universe and going on adventures. A universe utterly colored by all of the advancements that Stephen Zapata's art streams contributed to the world. I mean, I don't want to put too fine a point on this or anything, but you're all living at the beginning of history right now. You understand that, right? We have a tendency to think that we're sort of outside of history, that we're sort of watching it with foresight, hindsight, looking at it in history books and things like that, and we think that our time is different, but it's not. It's not. You're all here on the ground floor. 1,000 tomes will be written about this time. 1 million analyses. Hundreds upon hundreds of dramas, movies, screenplays, adaptations, reimaginings, VR experiences. Everything. Oh, thank you. And now I have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, thanks to my wife. You guys make it too fun to do anything but draw. Whoa there, Steven, your ego is showing. Better push it down. Yeah, I really like... I'm super impressed by and respect people who are humble. Because it's like, I don't know how they fake it, you know? Like, when you know you're the best, how do you act like you're not, right? Like, that's really insincere in a deep way. So I know it would be better, and I'd be a better person if I lied, if I faked it, and put on all this false artist humility. But what can I say? I just don't have it in me. I just don't have it in me. I gotta work on myself. I need to become a better person. That's the thing. I think those people that are humble just keep their failures in their heart so they never forget it. Even when people keep praising, they still feel that it's just flattery and they need to improve. Aw, that's got to be hard. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I have a lot of compassion for those people. That sounds hard. Adnan says, "Hi Steven, I'm still learning. Just wanted to quickly ask, with hatch rendering, how do you differentiate between textures and shading? Would love to get your thoughts on that." They might not be differentiated a lot of the time. I would say the big thing to keep in mind. So what I think Adnan is saying is that, like, all right, so you have cross hatching, right? Which is anything that's kind of like that. And then let's say you're doing rendering on an arm or something like this. How do you know that cross-hatching like this, how do you know that that's the shading of the deltoid instead of, wait, let me zoom in here. How do you know that that's the shading of the deltoid instead of, let's say, like a microfiber texture on the actual clothing, right? Let's say they're wearing like a skin-tight suit or something like that. I think that it just comes down to scale. It comes down to consistency. You know, if the shapes that you are indicating with the cross hatching are indicative of anatomy, right? So if you have tricep shape, shadow under the bicep, things like that, and you're always following that, I think it's inevitable that the audience is going to interpret that as shading, form shading, that is to say, instead of texture. And then if you put any patches like that sort of out here in the light areas away from shadows and things like that, I think that that's going to read as material texture. So you see, even though I'm doing the same thing, just doing crosses, notice how these still read as shadows. They're also a little darker. And then this reads almost like a chainmail kind of a thing, maybe on like that classic Thor design on his arms. You'll also want to keep in mind that if you're going to unify them, if you're going to try to do both at once, so let's say here's a ball, right? Texture is standing out the most right here along the shadow line, right? So Let's indicate the shadow here. We can come out of it with some hatching. There, this all holds together as generalized shading, right? Any texture that you want to add, you're going to make it read more like texture if it's stronger along that stripe than it is out here in the main area of the light, right? So in abstract, let's say that this has like a weird, gnarly, like paint texture on it that looks something like this if we abstract it. It makes shapes like that, right? If you do that stronger near the shadow transition, and lighter or disappearing everywhere else, that'll make it clear that that's a light texture on the ball. And the reason for that is that if we look at this in perfect side view, if this is the texture on the ball over here, you can see that light rays hitting it front on. So let's say this is the side of the ball that's in shadow. Light rays that are hitting the texture front on, you can see that light rays are going to get everywhere, right? So they're not really going to cast any shadows. There's certain angles where it's going to be impossible for those little dimples to really cast shadows because everything is getting hit with light. And then once it goes up here towards the area of tangency, now they're going to be able to cast shadows. So the shadows get longer and longer on the texture as they go near the shadow line. And they disappear as they move away from it. Would using different hatching techniques work? I use all sorts of hatching techniques because I wind up softly blending a lot of my drawing. But you want to be careful. If you're doing more like comic book rendering, in my experience, that looks better if you keep it very unified. If you keep it very controlled, to use the same kind of hatching everywhere. But if you're going to blend drawings kind of like I do, you can use whatever you want because it's all going to get softened and unified by the values. Wow, I can see all money I'm going to make telling the stories of the legends of random people who passed Steven on the street, or that one guy who waited in line for coffee with him. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole song of ice and fire right there. You know, just people who were utterly changed by being in line at the bank with me. I mean, if you have the gall, if you have the zeal to tackle that huge storied subject on your own, like, yeah, the world's gonna reward you. You know, you're gonna be rich. There's so much story there, so many varied characters, and yeah, basically the best dramatic arcs in the history of literature. You know, you've got Anna Karenina on your hands. You know, you got Dostoevsky right there. You just got to have the courage to make it. You know. Julio says, "Hi Steven, how you doing? I've been having a hard time getting into digital painting. Any advice on how to deal with that?" You just got to ask yourself why it's hard. I mean, what's the problem? Do you find it boring? Do you find it not tactile enough? Do you find it confusing? The confusing part of digital painting, you have to parse out if the confusion that you're having is, Are you confused because of a painting principle, or are you confused because of a Photoshop principle or something like that? You know, you have to make differentiations between whether it's problems with your software, things that you don't understand about your software, or problems with your understanding of painting. Can you share this playlist, Steven? I actually don't know if I can. Maybe. I'll look into that. You can find all this music on Epidemic Sound. I'm pretty sure you can listen to their music for free, even if you're not signed up. When is the sketchbook tour coming out, Steven? I don't know. Next time I finish a sketchbook, probably. Nacho says, I've got a toxic relationship with art. Uh-oh. If I don't draw at least 10 hours a day, I'll hurt myself. Should I get therapy, or do other artists go through the same at some point? You definitely need therapy. You absolutely need therapy. I very much sympathize with your pain. I know the kind of thing you're going through, but you definitely need therapy. That's the kind of stuff randos on the internet can't help you with. Probably everybody needs a little therapy. I love therapy. I've learned a lot from therapy. You should try it. Have you read The Amazing Spider-Man by Stan Lee and Steve Ditko? It's an amazing run with great art by Ditko. He convey characters with few details. I don't really read comic books. I've only read Berserk, Watchmen, and V for Vendetta. Those are the only comics I've ever read. Basically. I read a few webcomics when I was a kid. You guys let me know if the music gets out of balance or anything like that. You need me louder, you need the music up. Did Berserk become a big influence on your work after reading it? No. I I have not read all of it, and I read the first, what was it, 10 chapters? I read them 2 months ago. So definitely not. Definitely not. My work has developed through different influences. I started reading Berserk because everyone kept saying, "Oh my God, you gotta read Berserk. Oh my God, with your work, you'd love Berserk. Oh my God, you gotta read Berserk." And I was like, everyone's probably got a point. It's good. I'll finish it someday. It's really hard for me to read comics. They just make me want to draw, and then I just dump them. It's like most of the time I'd rather be making my own work than consuming somebody else's work, you know? I don't have a very strong consumption drive. I have a really overpowering like creative drive, but my consumption drive is very low. Any advice on how to manage personal art projects while having a 9-to-5 job? I'll give you the general advice I give most everybody. Just do it regularly in whatever amount of time you have. So if you have 1 hour a night, that's fine. You have 2 hours a night, that's fine. You have 30 minutes a night, that's fine. You just do it regularly, right? And it doesn't have to be a night. It can be once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week, right? It's just about regularity. You just keep it regular. And that usually works for most people. The trick is to not get distracted by all of the feelings like it needs to take up a huge amount of time. I need to be doing it all the time. I need to be dumping 8, 10, 15 hours into it. Like, I get that. I get that too. I feel that way too. And I've put a lot of effort into designing a life around myself that allows me to do that as much as possible, but it's just not actually necessary. You can work on that personal project just as well, just a little bit every week, just a little bit every week. The trick is to actually do it, and it's the not doing that ruins everything, you know? It's like you've got to kill the part of you, and this is a very common thing for artists, that feels like it's 10 minutes isn't enough, right? It can't be 10 minutes. I have to do it. I'm either going to do it 3 hours every day or not at all, right? That just makes sure that nothing gets done. That just makes sure that you won't do it. That's not how life works. So you got to kick that to the curb, and you've got to make it. You've got to make it. You can't let anything that's going to make it not get made happen. And there's a lot of things like that. Hi, Steven. Was the creative drive always there, or was it something you developed throughout your career? It was always there, but it grew. It got stronger and stronger. Was there a time in your life that your consumptive drive was way stronger than your creative? And if so, how did you flip it around? There's still times, right? They just, by comparison, they don't hold up, you know? Like, I think the last time was when I played Bloodborne back in like 2018, 2017. I forget now. But when I started playing Bloodborne, that was like 2 months where the consumptive drive took over the creative drive. I was working full-time as a concept artist at that time, so I was still drawing every day. It's not like I wasn't making art, but I think the fact that I was doing art as my job all the time made it easier for me to be like, all right, every spare second I'm going to consume this game. So yeah, there I would say it was flipped. But 2 months is nothing in comparison to the general arc of my life. Do you have any tips on simplifying shading and details on quick sketches? I just like to do graphic shapes, and I do them like this. I make every shape look like that, or like this. I try to make them not fuzzy, right? Definitive shapes like this. Polygonal, strong, angular. Afterwards, you can gradate them out and soften areas like that. You can add sub shapes into them, but if you want to go fast and you want to simplify, I look for stuff like this. But that also depends on the form language of the thing that you're working on. If you're doing a soft, cute story or character or something like that, those shapes aren't going to work, right? So you need to find a shorthand for that particular form language of the thing that you're conveying. Do you ever do pen-only work a la Kim Young-gi? Yeah, you can find clips like that on my YouTube. Videos like sketchbook techniques, portraits from reference, and stuff like that. It's done with fountain pen with no underlay. But I also want to say, like, who cares? Like, who cares if you can do it straight to ink or not? I'm not attacking you for asking that. I'm just commenting on a pervasive and destructive trend that I see in art. Always to make it about, like, how you do it, and ooh, are you virtuosic? Are you better than everybody? And how can you claim to be better than everybody? And it's like, we already know who the best is. It's this guy. So can we all just focus on art, you know? Like, you're not going to catch up. So why don't you just make something you like instead of worrying about if you can keep up with me? I really got to make a definitive decision here about what joints I want in front of which others. Can you hear that? My light is making a ridiculous humming sound. It's got to chill with that. Seeing you draw made me want to draw as well. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. That's truly the reason why I'm here. That's why I'm streaming. I would be drawing anyway. It's like, I could be doing a little good for people while I do this. That's the community of artists right there. If I just stream while I draw, contribute something, help you guys get motivated, get some people drawn, what better thing could I do in the world? Alright, as a rough layout for weird hands and features over here, I think that's fine. I'm gonna widen this angle so it reads more clearly this zigzag that's going on here. It's too tight before. These angles were too similar. Reads snappier for the viewer's mind if the angles are more differentiated. It makes the zigzag clear. Draw ugly. Just make big changes, slug things around. I mean, how long have I been drawing? Probably barely a half hour on this. It's like, of course it's not right. Don't get committed too early. And do the same to this one. Tilting my head on it like a leopard about to pounce like a jaguar in the woods. The drawing is my prey. Soon I'll have it in my jaws. It'll thrash. It'll scream. I'll feel my fangs dig into its soft neck flesh. And it will be mine. It will be mine. Pulling a drawing from the ether is no calm thing. It's hunting. A reality that I'm snatching from the void. What up, big boy? This is a lettuce creature? Sure, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Sometimes it's a lettuce. Skeletally, he looks like a boxer shrimp. That's funny. Sword Fighters free drawing as they're watching the stream. That's excellent. Flamin' Flamingo is correct. May I ask what brand your kneaded eraser is? I don't even know. It's either Prismacolor or Generals. It doesn't need to be name brand though. Kneaded erasers are just some sort of industrial byproduct. They all work fine. Seeing art just always gets me pumped up. Get the pump. Get going. Make some art. Be creative. Exercise your generative faculties. Put up a fight against oblivion. Put up a fight against nihilism. Defend yourself with creativity. On guard. Steven, thanks for taking the worry out of drawing. Been going through your courses on Proko over the last month and have had some huge mind-opening moments. Thank you so much for grabbing those Proko courses. And I'm glad to be of service, truly. I know that I spend a lot of time on this stream just regurgitating sort of boring facts that everybody knows, like I am the best, nobody can keep up, my drawing abilities are utterly dominant, they put everybody else to shame, I'm quicker than everyone, better than everyone, more capable than everyone. I know that that can get a little bit repetitive, just talking about facts like that, but I also want to really put a point that I do care about the more emotional side of things, not just the facts of drawing. I also do care about removing the worry. I do care about people's hearts or intentions being in the wrong place with drawing, being confused about what they're supposed to be doing or what they're... A lot of people feel weird responsibilities to other people or industries or standards in art, and just none of that stuff is real. You know, you just gotta make art for you. You know, that's what you're here for. You gotta show up and just explore inside, explore yourself. And when you're exploring inside and trying to figure out what you want to make and why, what could be wrong there, right? Where's the pressure? Any pressure you're going to find, there's stuff you're making up for yourself, right? So you can let it go. And if you need it, if it's a tool, then you can use it with wisdom. Important question. Do you think it's a good investment to get an online drawing course? Which one would you recommend? It's important is a difficult thing to answer. As someone who sells online drawing courses, as someone who has lots of friends who sell online drawing courses, I am extremely incentivized to tell you that it is essential, but I also cannot help but be honest. So my honest answer is no, it's not important. The most important thing that you can do is just draw happily and get everybody else out of your head. If you find that you need entertainment and education, right? If you find that, really, I mean, if you find it, right? Not if other people are like, oh, you should get better. Oh, you should get better at this. If you find that there's skills that you want to bring up and that you want other people to say them to you and explain them to you, because it's more entertaining, let's be honest. It's more entertaining than trying to dig it up in boring, dusty books. Then it's important. But I really always need to make clear to people, like, if you get other people's thoughts out of your head, you might just think you're fine and you can just figure it out on your own and you don't need to listen to other people. And if you feel that way, you're lucky, and roll with it. You know, don't feel like you need to do anything. Essential? How could it be essential? Is that how Michelangelo learned how to draw? Is that how Da Vinci learned how to draw? No. They had friends, they had masters, they were apprenticed to people, but always they made what they were trying to make. That's how they learned. Yeah, Michelangelo copied a few casts at the Medici villas or whatever, but nothing's more important than attempting the thing that you really want to do. It's all hidden in there. You want to be a comic book artist? Make a comic book. You want to be a designer? Spend all your time designing. Everything else is so much distraction. Do you ever struggle with choosing colors? Yeah, color was definitely on the opposite side of my comfort spectrum. No pun intended. I always have trouble choosing colors. That's definitely the part of art that I'm least aligned with, and it's mostly because I'm not interested. You know? It could change any time, but the way that I feel currently, I could have a happy, fulfilling art practice without ever making a piece in color, you know? I still have the occasional idea that really feels like it wants to be in color. And after a lot of practice, it is fun to paint in color. But how to put it? Let me put it this way. I've never done a piece in black and white where I regretted not doing it in color. I've always been fully satisfied with anything that I took all the way in black and white. And conversely, a lot of the black and white, a lot of the color stuff that I've done, I'm like, would have been better black and white, if I'm perfectly honest. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Mouth or no mouth? That is always the question. Do I want to do a mouth or no mouth? I never know. I feel like stuff like this is always more creepy with no mouth. But then it sometimes seems to ironically say too much to have no mouth as well. It almost makes more of a statement. I'd say that we're almost at the stage of the lay-in being done on this drawing. Like the drawing has made its statement, you know, I know what it is now. Got to go, Tobias. Thanks for another stream. See you next time if the stars align. See you next time. Go get him, Tobias. Sorry to see you go. Do 3 mouths. Just do teeth. So many options. We've got all sorts of options. Who's got questions? Hit me, hit me, hit me. You guys have been wonderful today. You guys have been fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. I can feel the love coming off of you guys. I feel honored. What do you recommend for someone who wants to get into painting but is a pencil artist only? Start with black and white. That's what I would say. Start investigating whatever painting medium you're interested in, oils, acrylics, gouache, whatever. Investigate them in black and white first. That way you keep it cheap. If you decide that medium's not for you and you want to try a different one, it's again cheap to switch. You know, don't go buying a full color palette right off the bat. You don't need it. Don't even go limited palette. Just do monochrome. Use monochrome to try to figure out how you like brushes, how you like the consistency of the paint, what kind of substrate you want to use. Just do everything in black and white. Now I know that's tough because one of the funnest things about being an artist is buying crap that you're never going to use. That's one of my favorite things about art, but it is the better way to go. It's just more fun that way. I can't believe I turned 18 to a Steven Zapata live stream. That's like a rite of passage, you know? You should do all of your life milestones to a Steven Zapata live stream. Is what you do fantasy art, right? I want to niche into fantasy art. Screw labels. Who cares? This is just what comes out of me. Labels are for work. Am I at work right now? Come on. This is just what comes out. What's another thing did you like at school? I liked all sorts of stuff at school. Math was just never my thing. But I liked everything else. I really liked science. When I was young, I thought I was going to be a scientist. But then, like any sane person, I was like, There's no career in science. I'll be something easy like an artist instead. Decided to get more realistic with my goals. I did always continue to be interested in science as a hobby, though. I like reading popular science books and keeping up with science news and stuff like that. Mostly space stuff. I just like being reminded of the scale of things and how weird the universe is. That was why I was really into science as a kid, but then yeah, I had that kid thing where I thought that meant I should be a scientist. And then I, when I got up there in high school, I joined some advanced science programs where they hook you up with like real scientists. And I quickly encountered the math. And I was like, oh, this is not for me. It was like, wow, it's great that you're so passionate. Did you know that we do formulas? And I was like, goodbye. So long. Favorite sci-fi book? What are you talking about? Favorite sci-fi book? Mine. Drawing Ascendant, The Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata. Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. What the heck kind of question is that? I didn't make my cosmos-spanning epic because I thought it wasn't the most important sci-fi ever written. I'm not telling the future past history of civilization itself as seen through the lens of these art streams because it's good for my health. I mean, have you been paying attention, dog? Like, this stuff can't be beat. I think that's clear, right? Come on. Let's remind Hamza. Let's watch a little Drawing Ascendant, The Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata. Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. What do you say? Who's that, Steven? It's Gamghoul, Steven! How you holding up out there, Stave? I'd say considering I'm fighting a Steven who doesn't draw, I'm doing alright, really. Ha! Just try to keep everyone entertained while you try to keep your head. I need more time in Cathar Steven's palace. I know the god graphite is here. Somewhere in here. If I only knew where. Hey, no rush, man. I got this guy on the ropes. Trust me.
Yeah! Nusenya Thanda, Duneja Madito, Dunya, Nanyata Da Giata.
What? It's Incanthia, great sword of the Black Fountain. He really does have it.
Yeah, Nitroya, Nitsuyo Tufu, Gimya Tanta, Ata.
This is a dream of Steven. Steve, are you there?
Steven, you got to the ship. How did you get past the blockades?
Nothing the dream couldn't handle. But they're on me, and we're coming in hot. I'm gonna get you out of there. Do I have clearance to murder some citizen Stevens as I strafe the arena?
Soon, but not yet. Sturvin needs more time in the palace to find the god graphite. If you attack now, all the guards watching my execution will rush back to the palace to secure Cathar Steven. So give him the runaround until I get word from Sturvin. The god graphite. Finally. Oh, it's beautiful. Whoa, yes. Come to Sturvin. Hold on. No need to rush there, little Steven. You and I both know Stave wouldn't want you to get sloppy and spill any of that, would he? I just want you to know, all I was doing was eating and jamming out to that. Just vibing on my own stuff. I mean, you can't deny the quality. You cannot deny the quality. Yeah, 12 out of 10. That's conservative. That's conservative. I don't know what you guys are up to, but I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. You know, don't be out here not having fun. Do not be out here not having fun. It's time to stump out some of this stuff, see what this becomes when we rub some values over it. Start making some generalized differentiations. Between value groups. It is a good day. It is a good day. This is all very subtle work here when you've got very little line work down, but I find it all useful. It helps me rehearse the forms, helps me connect with them. What's the deal behind the stream title? Just spreading misinformation. Just lying. Just saying petty lies because they make me laugh. When does part 2 come out? Well, I'd recommend just getting in your time machine, hopping into the future and picking up all 5,000 retinal disc compilations of all of Drawing Ascendant, the Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata. All of the epics, all of the lasting legacies. That way you don't have to wait. Yo, BBQ Ted can't get Steve Arella out of his head. Come on, man. Don't get manipulated like that. Remember what she did to Stave in episode 236. You're just gonna forget about that? You're just gonna let that slide? Top 10 anime betrayals, dog. This kind of reminds me of the darkness devil from Chainsaw Man. Is that a joke? I don't know what any of those things are. I hope that that's just you making a joke about how it doesn't matter what you draw. There's always something it looks like. I know you guys are well intentioned. I just to let you in a little inside stuff for people who put a lot of art out there in the world. It's like, it's just an inside joke for us. It's like, oh, it reminds me of this. It looks like that. It's like there's nothing you can make that doesn't trigger someone's memory of something they like, you know. And it's just it's almost funny to see how you can push it as far as you want, and you always get some sort of return. You always get a hit somewhere. Mr. Lonely says, hey man, just popping in to say for my art classes artist research, I did it on you and got an A. That's ridiculous. Life is chaos. That's awesome. You flatter me. You flatter me and honor me. I'm just glad it got you an A. Do you ever creep yourself out with your own creations? No, not really. I don't find my creations creepy. I just think they're cool. I know that to most people they land as creepy, but because I'm so steeped in it, because it's just my taste, I don't really think they're creepy at all. I draw them because they're cool, not because they're creepy. Steven made and triggered something for me. Should I be worried? No. Not at all. That's just a natural reaction to the epic storytelling and timeless quality of Drawing Ascendant, the Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata. Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. What can you say about the allegations, Steven? No comment. I would like my lawyer present. Am I being detained? I'm sorry, officer. I know you're just doing your job, but I do not consent to searches. Legally speaking, you can order me out of this car, but I want to remind you, I do not consent to any searches. Hello, I'm a big fan of your drawings. How long have you been drawing for? Thank you, Oscar. A long time. A long time. Basically my whole life. Since I was like, yeah, little. Yeah, that's just my whole life is a good answer. I don't remember a time when I wasn't making drawings. And thank you for the kind words. Steven, should you use a non-linear value scale or a linear one? I'm afraid I don't know what that means. Do you mean should you use a value scale that compresses aggressively or that is maybe clipped on one end? I don't know what you mean by non-linear. That's a new one on me. Teach me something!
Teach me something, Samoth. Grow my art power. Make me stronger.
Hold on a second, just gotta refresh my playlist here. Hey Steven, why don't you get some tattoos? I just never seen a piece of art that I want to have permanently on me. Steven, the 7 years you ate drawings like peanut M&Ms, how many hours a day did you draw? I mean, just constantly. Constantly. I wouldn't worry too much about hours, you know? I think that the hours thing really confuses people, especially because most people aren't rigorous and disciplined like I am. Like when I talk about hours, I know how much I'm really doing because I use one of these, right? Stopwatch. It doesn't lie. It tells me the raw truth. I click it on and on whenever I get up, use the bathroom, eat a snack, talk to somebody, whatever, right? No one else does this because everyone else is weak-willed, too kind to themselves. They let things slide. They say they spend 8 hours drawing, but they spend like 4 of that messing around with their playlists on Spotify and looking for a new song and going on Reddit and, you know, looking for new brushes to buy. And they call that work, right? So don't worry about the hours people claim, right? It's deceptive, and they're always being generous to themselves. Don't go for more. That's just a recipe for burning yourself out. Do what feels comfortable to you, right? Find a disciplined edge where you're like, oh my God, it really hurts to get 3 hours in, 4 hours in, right? And then wherever you find the pain, where it's like, oh my God, I'm exhausted at 4 hours or something like that, just click off like a half hour. Bring it down half hour, maybe even an hour. You don't want to drain all of your energy every day. You want to leave a little bit in the tank, right? Because refilling the tank when there's some left in it, that's easy. But if you're emptying yourself every day, you're just going to burn out. You're going to burn out. You're going to get diminishing returns. You're going to be working half as well as you could. You don't want that. That doesn't help anybody. Be healthy. Yes, by nonlinear, gradually fades to black and not in 10% increments. Oh, I mean, I don't like drawing with flat values. If the distinction that you're making is should you gradate between the values and stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, do whatever you want. There's nothing that says flat values are better than gradated values or anything like that. Steven, did you self-implement this self-discipline or did it happen naturally? God, I don't remember anymore. I think it happened naturally. I was really just, pretty early on, I wanted to just be really good. I wanted to get a lot of practice and I wanted to be really good. It was always clear to me that you could improve at art if you practiced. And I just, I got on that train early. You know, it never even really, there was never a time in my life where I thought it was just like, you're as good at art as you are. Like, the talent idea was never a part of my life. No one told me that or anything like that. It was just clear to me, even as a child, like, yeah, you get better at it. Because even as a kid, even when I was 9, it was clear that I was better than when I was 5, right? So it just seemed obvious that expands forever. So I got on the practicing a lot thing very early. And it was just natural for me to like, all right, let's dump more time, dump more time, dump more time. How good are we going to be when we're 50, when we're 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140 years old making art? Should I let some pieces stagnate for a couple of days, even weeks, if I'm burnt out, so I can have a better view on them when I have some gas on the tank again? Sure. I mean, if you're burnt out, just go do something else. Go do something you hate. That'll make you want to do art again. Jesus. Hi, Stephen. You are really a fresh and sincere voice in the art world. Thank you. Thanks to share your thoughts. Oh, my pleasure. Thank you, HUION. I try to just say what I honestly believe. Man, sometimes this really bright white paper under these lights makes me miss the yellow paper of my moleskin sketchbook, man. It really can bleach out your eyes after a while. You want me to put down an 8B there? I just know that would be best really, really dark, so might as well. Hi, Stephen. Have you heard of Lambert's emission law? Sure. I think it's a secret to realism with values. Yeah, I talk about it in Secrets of Shading. It is the reason that you should compress the values in the light. Have you ever adopted art techniques you never thought you'd do? Sure. I don't remember them anymore because now they're just adopted, so I don't really think about, oh wow, this one is one I never thought I'd use. It's like, I don't know, I don't really think that way either. I personally believe all art techniques are valid. I just kind of haven't got around to them, or I don't have a use for them, you know? Thanks, Sam. I had a good Yule time. Hope yours was good as well. What do you mean by compress values in light? Compress values in the light. Just means make your value changes make your value changes more subtle than you might be inclined to in the main light shape. If you need a more detailed explanation, pursue Secrets of Shading, my trademark copyrighted shading instructional video. Available on my Gumroad and on Proco, links in the description. Secrets of Shading, the only explanation of base shading techniques that any artist needs. It's long been considered an absolute foundational pillar of art education, and Secrets of Shading is regularly looped on repeat all day, every day at art colleges around the world. It was one of the first steps in the incredible meteoric rise of the most important artist who ever lived, Steven Zapata, and continues to edify and train artists all over the world, even today, in the year 60,038. Oh, Book of Boba Fett is out today. Do you do any character designs or exploratory rough sketches before starting on your final piece? Lots of times. Not on this right now. A lot of times on stream, I just like to draw and do whatever comes out. I enjoy the fun of sort of making it up with no safety net, but there's also a lot of times that I like to design carefully and plan carefully and iterate. I like both sides of things. You play any video games? Yeah, I do. Ever heard of Disco Elysium? I have, but I have not played it. I am currently playing Doom Eternal. That's what I have on the docket right now. I'm playing it on the Switch. PC Master Race, back off. Right? It's just the most convenient thing for my current life situation. All right. Hi, Stephen. Curious if you think there is a point of diminishing returns with practice. Does the improvement you see increase linearly with the amount of time you put into structured practice? No, there's definitely a point of diminishing returns. There's also greater diminishing returns on focused practice, right? Than there is like fundamental studies and things like that. There's faster diminishing returns on that than there is on mileage in general, but yeah, mileage in general, there's definite beginner gains, and after you've been doing it for a very long time, yeah, every little iota of improvement is harder and harder won as time goes on. Like for me, I'm still improving, you know, I still think I'm improving, but I can acknowledge that it takes a very long time for me to see a noticeable improvement at this point. To go from the best to the best plus one takes a while. That's why I think that sort of skill-based improvement and stuff like that is really not a good place to put all your chips. It's like you kind of got to back burner that. You got to be having fun. You got to be having a lot of joy in what you do. I think that should be the priority. If you have that, then the diminishing returns don't really matter. Sam says, Steven Zapata, how do you stay so humble, even, dare I say, the humblest artist? You know, it takes a lot of introspection, really. That's really the main thing that it takes. You gotta set aside a little bit of time every day to look at yourself, look at your achievements, look at all of your accolades, all of the people who are huge fans, all of the people whose life that you've changed. You gotta set aside a few minutes every day to look at that. And then tell yourself, honestly, like, don't forget. People get really uncomfortable with honesty about how great you are, so you got to act humble to put them at ease. That's the only way to make people happy, right? If you own your incredible achievements and the honest quality that you produce without fail over and over and over again, even without trying, you can upset some people. So another aspect of what makes you the best is that you make people feel amazing. So you just fake it for them. You fake it for them. You say, oh, I'm not so good. Oh, I really have a long way to go. Oh, I don't know. The art doesn't look that great. I wish I'll do a good drawing someday. Like, you just say those things. You say those things so that you don't impinge on their cloudy, dark little worldview. That's how you stay humble. And you practice that a lot, that's how you stay the humblest. Pretends to have imposter syndrome. Yep, that's what it takes. You know, keep it pleasant at parties, you know? Put on the mask. Oh man, I don't know what to do. Oh, everything's so confusing. Oh, I wish I could make things work. I'm such a mess. You do it for their benefit. Steven, some charlatans and miscreants have spoken out against kissing your dog, and the anti-dog kissing mob emboldens itself every day. How can we keep this noble tradition of dog kissing alive? Speak truth to power. You get any opportunity. You're being interviewed on the news because you were witness to a horrible car crash. You're being interviewed on a podcast because you were witness to a horrible car crash. They're making a movie about you because you were witness to a horrible car crash. In the middle of it, you don't say anything, no preamble, nothing. You just pick your dog up. You pucker up. You give a little smooch right on the lips. And everyone will know what your real agenda is. And they'll see that the dog looks like this before. It gets the kiss on the lips. It goes, happy now. Proof. Committed to celluloid. It's in Super 77. We're talking millimeters. IMAX. Drake-a-bart. Hey Steven, what would you say to someone who has intrusive thoughts about their own drawing capabilities, like fear of making the same thing out of comfort? Okay, well, first off, you got to remember that many a successful and world-changing art practice has been made out of making the same thing out of comfort. All right, the feeling that you need to draw everything or that you need to be super skilled at drawing all sorts of stuff is, how to put this lightly, an insidious, pernicious, prevalent, and thoughtless lie propagated by some of the most underhanded, spiteful, and evil voices that art has ever seen. Everyone who is making you think that is just trying to make sure that you don't ever get a museum exhibit or something like that, because I don't know if you've ever been to an art show or really looked at the art of like the artists who are in your top 10, but they're all really good at one thing. So you think it's good enough for them, but it's not good enough for you? Is that what's good? What's going on? I don't know. It's nonsense. Just do what you like. Omar says stream for a long time today. I was like, Omar, stop. Don't give me money. That's one of my best friends. You know, why are you paying me? Annoying. Omar, did you catch Drawing Ascendant? The Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata? Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1? Or did you just jump in? Hi, Steven. I'm coming up on 1 year as a drawer. Yay! Those are fireworks. I'm in my early 20s, and at times I'm painfully aware of the childlike quality of the drawings I make. I find joy and love your takes on art. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the kind words. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Don't worry about the childlike qualities. There's a thing that happens with young artists, with people. I hate to say it, but a year is still young, right? Art is a marathon. But there's a thing that often happens where we think that we, I don't know how to say it. We think the drawings are supposed to be good, even though we're early on. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense, right? That's how we live, you know, we live from that place. It's almost impossible to turn off. We always operate as if like, yeah, I only just started, but it's supposed to be good, right? And it's like, just remind yourself over and over again, like, that's not at all what's supposed to be happening here. I know this is weird to say, but it is the truth. If the drawings are bad when you're a year in, Yeah, that's where you're supposed to be, right? Don't forget that you're comparing yourself to the freaks, right? And the freaks have been doing this forever, and they've been practicing like crazy, and they don't stop. It's like they're skewing your head, you know? Give yourself time and be generous with the time that you give yourself. Really, really generous. You're doing all right. Don't worry about it. Thanks, Joshua. Oh, you missed it, Omar? Again. All right, look. Omar gave $2. He super chatted me, so let's run it again. What do you say? Quality never gets old. We're 2.5 hours in. Everybody just kick back and enjoy. You know what? I'll play the intro too. The year is 87039, new nonlinear time. It's been 50,000 years since Steven Zapata's final art stream, but we still live in a golden age defined by the gifts his stream bestowed upon mankind. Faster than light travel, eternal life, Steven cloning, and the keys to a truly galactic human civilization. My name is Stave Satapaz, a reminder clone of Steven Zapata, an exact reproduction of his personality as constructed by an AI compiling millions of hours of his original art streams. By all accounts, I'm exactly like the original Steven's public persona, just more muscular, exactly as he would have wanted. I travel the stars on my light tracer, a dream of Steven. My crew is, of course, all clones of Steven. Some of my officers are reminders like me, but not all. Some are bioclones, and yet others are aspectoids, clones who, instead of trying to capture his full essence, amplify a particular portion of the original Steven's personality. We've spent hundreds of years drawing, exploring, and philosophizing while snaking our way through the stars, spreading the good word of design. But we've had another, secret mission as we've cruised the cosmos. I seek information on the legendary originals, Steven Zapata's true drawings that he flung wide across the stars at the end of his life on Earth, never to be seen again. My crew thinks I'm looking for them for the same reason all the other madmen do, because they would be valuable beyond all reason. But they don't know what I know, that a critical mass of originals in the hands of a trained reminder can provide a psychic link to the original Steven mind. Once I collect enough, I'll be able to fulfill my destiny and achieve psychological continuity with the original Steven. And through me, he will live again to usher in golden ages of art forever. Drawing Ascendant, the eternal chronicles of Steven Zapata. Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. Who's that, Steven? It's Gamgul, Steven!
How you holding up out there, Stave? I'd say considering I'm fighting a Steven who doesn't draw, I'm doing alright, really. Ha, just try to keep everyone entertained while you try to keep your head. I need more time in Cathar Steven's palace. I know the god Graphite is here. Somewhere in here. If I only knew where. Hey, no rush, man. I got this guy on the ropes. Trust me.
Yeah! Lucina Thunder, Dunyeja Marido, Dunya, Nanyanta Da Giata.
What?
It's Incanthia, great sword of the Black Fountain. He really does have it. Yeah. Nitroya. Nitsuyo Tufu. Gimya Tanta. Ata.
This is a dream of Steven. Stave, are you there? Steven, you got to the ship. How do you get past the blockades?
Nothing the dream couldn't handle. But they're on me, and we're coming in hot. I'm gonna get you out of there. Do I have clearance to murder some citizen Stevens as I strafe the arena?
Soon, but not yet. Sturvin needs more time in the palace to find the god graphite. If you attack now, all the guards watching my execution will rush back to the palace to secure Cathar Steven. So give him the runaround until I get word from Sturvin. The god graphite. Finally. Oh, it's beautiful. Whoa, yes. Come to Sturvin. Hold on. No need to rush there, little Steven. You and I both know Stave wouldn't want you to get sloppy and spill any of that, would he?
I really don't know what to say, you know. I guess if I had to say something, I would say it's easy being the best. Sanderson is shaking? Of course he is. I'm coming for you, Brandon. I think everyone watching this stream should see that and realize their lives would be better served being social workers. Don't worry about art. I got it. I got it. No, don't worry about art. I got it. I got it all figured out. You can go do something else. It's all right. Art's all good. No, I forgot to put my music on, people. The music. Why the dog isn't Steven? Well, Fanny never died, so that's just Fanny. How Stave came to be the possessor of the original Fanny, who is the only Fanny, because Fanny never died. Quite an epic storyline. Quite an epic storyline. If you haven't seen them, I would definitely check out those episodes. Some of my favorites, personally. Barbecue Ted says, also, hypothetically speaking, would Steven Maiden be single, and does she enjoy barbecue? This is a no spoiler stream, so I'm not going to say anything about girl Steven's relationship status. You can go to the spoiler subreddit if you want to talk about stuff like that, but no spoilers on the stream or on the main subreddit, please. Oh, wait. I got a bunch of questions here. Oh, no. I just realized I got jelly on my pants like 20 minutes ago. It's really getting in there now. No coming back from that one. Let's see. Any advice for composition? It's all about shapes. Design your shapes. That's what I would say. Hey, Steven, any tips or resources for generating ideas, brainstorming? You know, I'm not a fan of like random stuff, like the random generators or prompt generators and things like that. I think you have to find out like what kind of creative you are a lot of the time to brainstorm well. Like, do you like being lead? Do you like playing support? Are you the kind of person who likes to be creative with other people, like generating ideas together and stuff like that? I think that getting really effective with brainstorming and ideas is really a journey of discovering that about yourself and then doing it a lot. Thank you, J-Man. Any advice for composition and storytelling? Composition's complicated. I think composition is really about what works for the particular kind of art that you're making. I really think that's everything with composition. The rules of composition that work for one kind of art will not work for another kind of art. So remember that composition is individual, and you need to find your own systems and your own guides and come up with your own. Composition is really just a scaffold for your decision making, you know? Just remember that it's personal. There's no solid answers in composition. It all comes down to your opinion about how you want to compose things. My problem with composition is that I really have too much to say, you know? I'm trying to make a principles of design course these days, and I think really that course as a whole is my collected gigantic opinion about composition, because composition isn't really a fundamental. Composition is the end result of everything that you've done to a picture. It's not, people talk about composition like it's a fundamental, and they're not being specific enough. A lot of the times when people talk about it that way, what they're demonstrating is just like being choosy about shapes. That's really all they're talking about, but composition is huge. It's everything. It's everything about picture making. So it's just too massive. It's too massive. Greetings from Moscow, greetings from New York. What do you sharpen your pencils with? A Panasonic electric desktop pencil sharpener. I don't know the model or anything like that. It's pretty standard issues office stuff, I think. I'm not super obsessive about my pencil point. If I want something to show up on the page, I don't wait around for a tool to give it to me. I'll just force it one way or the other. So one of my faves on Insta said they're on manic state and have been posting like 2 art pieces daily for over a week now. Inspiring but scary as hell. That is not inspiring. I have to fight with you there. Light. That is not inspiring. There's nothing inspiring about the mental health condition of being borne away and having your well-being borne away in a manic episode. They're not doing anything for you to be inspired by. Their psychology is being hijacked by something that they wish they had helped with. The art is merely symptomatic of that, not inspiring. I hope they get help. That's dangerous stuff. If they're being serious. If they're just joking, that's different. But if they're being serious, if they actually are a manic depressive, it's manic depressive. It's bipolar. There will be a horrifying crunch on the other side of that manic episode. So, no. The art there is inconsequential. Like, think about the person. I especially don't like my enemy in the world is that part of artists that leans into like any suffering is worth it if it makes the arts better. How I wish I could die for art. Cut to my ear like Van Gogh. Death for the arts. Wow. Hate that part. Hate that part that lives inside of artists. A shared experience, I think. Extremely dangerous. And not special or interesting. Boring. Commonplace. All that does is ruin lives. You don't need it for the art. The only people that helps are the freaking curators, not the artists. Hey, today's a roughish day for me. Glad you were streaming. No problem, not real name. You are amongst friends here. Omar says, I spend days looking in the mirror with an acetate printout of the golden ratio diagram, holding it to my face and matching it to my features. Is this a good use of my time, or should I draw more? I think you should draw more, personally, Omar. Even though I know you don't draw, I think you should draw more. Also, the golden ratio is a sham, and I know that puts me in bad company, and it pits me against some great artists, but just use your rational faculties. You know, the golden ratio is nothing. It's not real. Why don't non-artists follow art the same way non-musicians follow music? It's a great question. I mean, I think about stuff like that all the time. I don't know. I don't have a good answer. I think it's something that we need to think about. I think it's something we need to think about. I think, let me give you my honest opinion. I think that drawing, why don't non-artists follow art the same way non-musicians follow music? Okay, no, there's a lot of quantifiers here. This is difficult to say precisely. Okay, when you say non-artists and when you say artists, I'm going to assume you are talking about drawing, people who draw, people who make pictures and paintings and things like that in a more traditional representational sense. That's who I'm going to talk about. I am not talking about the wider scope of art, like people who do expressionistic fine art, performance art, installation art, sculptural art. Like, I actually think those things are doing quite fine. They're thriving. But I personally believe drawing, illustration, painting in the way that maybe we're doing on the stream or stuff like that, I think that drawing is falling on hard times. I think that it is at this point near the bottom of the artistic hierarchy, right? I think music is just more important to people. I think almost every other form of art is more important to people in the current culture. And maybe drawing deserves that because it certainly had its time in the sun, right? There was certainly, the museums are still mostly full of paintings and things like that. So it had a really good run. It is just, for me, for someone who loves drawing, it hurts me a little bit to feel like that's the case, but it's just like anything in life. It is the natural product of conditions. I don't know why that is. I think it probably comes down to put it lightly, everything, right? To put it down to people's tastes, the zeitgeist, what is hot in the markets, what people like out of work. I think people are more interested in lifestyle and presentation and things like that these days, and just drawing doesn't really make for an interesting lifestyle or anything like that, Like, drawings take a very long time to do. Being rich and driving fast cars is interesting to watch on TikTok, and drawing, not so much. Drawings take too long, You can edit them like crazy and chop them up like crazy and play music to them, but I just don't think they align with what random geniuses in Silicon Valley have designed their platforms to push and propagate. And like I said, no one's fault. I just think that that's the case of the situation. So, long answer short, I think that's why non-artists really don't follow art. And a lot of the art disciplines and little niches are all siloed and no one really knows about each other. We'll see what happens. We'll see how things change as time goes on. Thank you, Arsalan. Let me see what else I've missed here. May I obtain a fraction of your power with the almighty original, Stephen? You could. A small fraction. Stephen, do you even consider drawing in days in which you are not physically okay, like feeling sick or something? I do sometimes, but I don't worry about it. If I'm feeling physically unwell, screw it. I'm not gonna force myself to draw or anything like that. I'm not in a boot camp. I'm not manning the line at in some war or something like that. When will AI get to your level of drawing? Soon, I would say. I don't think it'll take long. Please give me shadow tips. No way to do that quickly. Shadows are really just a form. They're based on form. If you really want tips from me on shadow, again, I can recommend my video, Secrets of Shading. That is the 5-hour answer to that question. How do I study artists? Do I look at what they stylized or copy them or something else? Help, I'm confused. Just copy their art. Don't worry about it. Just copy it and try to copy it in the way you're going to draw. And then be critical, Different stuff works for different people. What if you had to spend 5 minutes inside of a world that consists of every creature you've drawn? How much should you screw yourself over? Oh, I'd have a great time. Not screwed at all. Man, I'd pay for that experience. What is your least favorite smell? The smell of drawings not being made. Hey, Zane. Oh, look, it's modern day James. How are you? Good to see you, buddy. How you doing, man? I was trying to pop into your Proco stream the other day, but I didn't have my gear. I was without my computer setup. I'm sorry, man. If you forget everything about drawing and muscle memory, but you still have your maturity as an artist, how will you get to where you are? What will be your plan and how long will it take you? You know, these hypothetical situations, I think they're too hypothetical. Just want to be clear when I answer these that I don't take it seriously. But just to entertain the question briefly, what would I do to get back to where you are? I don't think I'd try to get where I am. If I really had my maturity, I would hope I would recognize that my muscle memory is essential. Like, I couldn't do it without it, you know? I think I'd try to do something else. I would maybe try to build a team or do some creative direction, be an art director or something like that. Yeah, I think it'd be kind of... With my current mental state, if that happened to me and I wanted my muscle memory back, the way I'd get back to where I was is I would just accept the truth and I'd be like, all right, start over. Another 16 years. Day one. That's all I'd do. Jamie's doing good, chugging copious amounts of coffee and working on the graphic novel. Hell yeah, brother. Do you think about going to Twitch? No. Twitch is for games. You know, I don't think anyone's there to look at art, at least not in any real way. My art audience is here, I think. I don't see much reason to go to Twitch. Thanks, Arctic Monkey. Next time. We gotta hang out soon, James. I'm back on Long Island again. So factor that in there. Came out here to winter, to hibernate. And they started doing construction on my street. So I was like, you know what? I'm getting out of here. I'm just gonna immediately go to Long Island. Can't deal with this. Oh man, if only James was here for Drawing Ascendant, the Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. I think James would really like it. Too bad he missed it. Too bad, too bad. But that's just the way it's got to be, because, come on, no one wants to see it again, right? Thank you, James. You were very kind. You will join me on Strong Island? Yes, yes. Join should really do the head. I trained into myself a tendency to do the head last. Years and years ago. But maybe now I'm leaning into it too much. What is Long Island? It's just a part of New York. Hi, Chester Cat. What kind of pencil are you using for the outlines? This is the Faber-Castell Polychromos. It's just a black colored pencil. So amazing to watch someone draw something that is on a flat piece of paper, and yet you can look inside of it. Well, I'm glad you like it, Laurie. This is the experience that I provide. A lifetime of effort into that one thing. Staying hydrated on streams is a real catch-22, because it's like when you're doing stuff live on the internet, it's easy to forget to hydrate, but then the more you hydrate, you have to get up and go to the restroom in the middle of the stream more. It's like you can't win either way. If anyone's got any questions, let me know. You're not distracting me. I need copious breaks while making pencil drawings. They take a very long time. I know the creepy music it's a bit much, don't you think? But Sometimes it's on brand. I mean, if you prefer. All right, I had to cut it because I got a question here. Could you take a second and give an elevator pitch? 1 second here. Could you take a second and give an elevator pitch for what I've heard you refer to as project-based learning instead of the shotgun fundamental approach and why you think it's so important? All right, elevator pitch version. That's hard because I have a lot to say, but okay, what gets right to the heart of it? All right. The shotgun fundamental approach. If you are just focusing on the fundamentals, the skills, right? What is the qualifying factor for everything that you do, for everything that you try to achieve, for every drawing that you do? What is the checkbox? What's the criteria? There's only one, right? Besides having fun. Having fun should always be number one. But besides that, there's only one criteria, right? Does it look beautiful? Right? That's the only thing you have left, right? If it's all about the skills, if it's all about quality, if it's all about benchmarking off of what you know is good, which again is problematic because you're an artist with taste, so you think really good stuff looks good, right? It's got to be beautiful. It's got to look great. It has to be skillful to be worth it, right? To check any box. I bet you can already kind of tell where this is going, right? You're a beginner. You'll never check the box. You're supposed to suck. You're going to suck, right? It's weird that we've tricked artists into thinking that that's where you're supposed to start these days. Because that is actually the realm of doing random stuff, isolated stuff, contextless stuff, with the goal of it being beautiful. That is not the realm of the beginner. That is the realm of the master. Obviously, because the master is the only one who has any chance in hell of doing something random and having it come out beautiful. Right? Right? Yes. Obviously, yes. As a beginner, you should be doing projects, because on the project checklist, there's all sorts of stuff. Is it the product? Is it delivered on time? Is it relevant to the audience? Is it conveying the character correctly? Is it conveying the story correctly, right? There's all sorts of other checkboxes if you're doing a project, right? And then there's a checkbox at the bottom that is it beautiful? And obviously it's not going to get checked because you're not a master yet, right? But everything else about it can be right? So you can be practicing everybody else. You can be practicing everything else about making art, and you can be making shippable product, which I don't know if you've noticed, but stuff that isn't great but ships is most of the world and most companies and most projects and most products, right? Transcendent, genuinely good stuff, like the stuff that your taste is aligned with, is the minority. That's not what the world is built on, right? Those are the exceptions that stick in our craw, but that's not most of what gets made or what needs to get made. So it's not just that I think project-based learning is better, it's that I think that the alternative, starting skill-based, is utterly irrational, silly, just backwards, utterly irrational. I think that's my elevator pitch. Long elevator ride though. Did you ever think of streaming as a side hustle, or is it just for fun and connecting with viewers? Yeah, it's just for, I mean, it is already a side hustle. I mean, because the YouTube is a pretty significant part of my practice and my career now. And the stream is on that and, helps me connect with people and stuff like that. I don't know what it would take to do just streaming, though. I mean, yeah, I don't know what you would need to do to make that stable. Actually, maybe I do, because doesn't James do it? Oh, Ahmed Al-Duri. How the heck does this man speak so eloquently off the cuff? Someone destroy this man? I'm ready to get destroyed. Do I have Ahmed and James in here right now? Is that what's going on? Is that what's happening to me right now? Do you want your art to be eternal? Do you want your works to last through time? Or do you think that the work will only exist at a precise moment and that in 10 years it will be quite different? Yeah, that's not up to me, I would say. I don't think that's up to me. I think that that's up to chance and time and fate. I try not to worry about that stuff. I think that stuff is honestly debilitating for most artists, right? There's going to be the occasional artist for whom thoughts like that are really energizing and stuff like that. But I think for most artists, those thoughts are pain. So I try not to think about it. Every now and then there's stuff that I don't need to think about it anymore. Like I know Drawing Ascendant, The Eternal Chronicles of Stephen Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. I know that's eternal, right? That's just the future. But I didn't have to think about it, right? I didn't have to sweat it. Other stuff, if it's more questionable, I just don't worry about it. And Omarnjo. Sorry. Oh. Ahmed says, good to see you, bud. Also, a bunch of us are moving to Montana and taking over a random town to turn it into a new art hub. Now we're talking. Yeah, turn into the new art hub. Are you serious about that? Is that all coming off of our friend? Let me just check if that's coming from friends that we have. I don't want to say anyone's particular name so as not to blow up their spot. But is that coming from discussions with people? Look, we'll get there. Matt, how long have you been around? Did you catch You know what, everyone? I'm gonna play the new intro for Med. All right. So I don't think he was around for the beginning. Does everyone get? Let's face it. No one gets sick of quality, right? Let's play the new intro. What do you think? Cynics and Christian planted the idea. Now we're talking. Yeah, I'm ready to take over a town, a cheap town. Montana, though, isn't that where? Didn't Osho have his cult in Montana? Maybe that's a little on the nose. I think they might get wise to us when we show up. Three minutes or so. All right. Look, come on. I could do the intro again once an hour. I mean, how long? We're 3 hours into stream. People, please. Everybody sit back. Maybe get yourself some popcorn or whatever other kind of treat that you like. Settle in, get comfy in your seat, and get ready to get re-transported back into future time. Get ready to cast your consciousness far into the distant future past and remember the sweet, velvety pleasure of pure, undifferentiated quality. Enjoy.
The year is 87039, new nonlinear time. It's been 50,000 years since Steven Zapata's final art stream, but we still live in a golden age defined by the gifts his stream bestowed upon mankind. Faster than light travel, eternal life, Steven cloning, and the keys to a truly galactic human civilization. My name is Stave Satapaz, a reminder clone of Steven Zapata, an exact reproduction of his personality as constructed by an AI compiling millions of hours of his original art streams. By all accounts, I'm exactly like the original Steven's public persona, just more muscular, exactly as he would have wanted. I travel the stars on my light tracer, a dream of Steven. My crew is, of course, all clones of Steven. Some of my officers are reminders like me, but not all. Some are bioclones, and yet others are aspectoids, clones who, instead of trying to capture his full essence, amplify a particular portion of the original Steven's personality. We've spent hundreds of years drawing, exploring, and philosophizing while snaking our way through the stars, spreading the good word of design. But we've had another, secret mission as we've cruised the cosmos. I seek information on the legendary originals, Steven Zapata's true drawings that he flung wide across the stars at the end of his life on Earth, never to be seen again. My crew thinks I'm looking for them for the same reason all the other madmen do, because they would be valuable beyond all reason. But they don't know what I know, that a critical mass of originals in the hands of a trained reminder can provide a psychic link to the original Steven mind. Once I collect enough, I'll be able to fulfill my destiny and achieve psychological continuity with the original Steven. And through me, he will live again to usher in golden ages of art forever. Drawing Ascendant, the eternal chronicles of Steven Zapata. Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1.
I'm sure no one wants to watch an episode, right? Of course I'm kidding. Of course you want to watch an episode. Let's go. Let's play that clip from episode 370 again. What do you think?
Who's that, Steven? It's Gamghoul Steven!
How you holding up out there, Stave? I'd say considering I'm fighting a Steven who doesn't draw, I'm doing alright, really. Ha! Just try to keep everyone entertained while you try to keep your head. I need more time in Cathar Steven's palace. I know the god Graphite is here. Somewhere in here. If I only knew where. Hey, no rush, man. I got this guy on the ropes. Trust me.
Yeah, Lucina Thunder, Dunija Marido, Dunya, Nanyata da Giada.
What? What?
It's Incanthia, great sword of the Black Fountain. He really does have it. Yeah, Nitroya. Nitsuyo Tufu, Gimya Tanta, Ata.
This is a dream of Steven. Steve, are you there?
Steven, you got to the ship. How do you get past the blockades?
Nothing the dream couldn't handle. But they're on me, and we're coming in hot. I'm gonna get you out of there. Do I have clearance to murder some citizen Stevens as I strafe the arena?
Soon, but not yet. Sturvin needs more time in the palace to find the god graphite. If you attack now, all the guards watching my execution will rush back to the palace to secure Cathar Steven. So give him the runaround until I get word from Sturvin. The god graphite! Finally! Oh, it's beautiful. Well, yes. Come to Sturvin. Hold on. No need to rush there, little Steven. You and I both know Stave wouldn't want you to get sloppy and spill any of that, would he?
I mean, if you're not having fun, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing here? Like, if you're not having fun, why are you practicing drawing so much? I'm sorry. I swear to God, this is the last time. I swear to God. Okay, I'm good. I'm good now. I'm good. I'm good. This is everything we ever wanted, you bet. You're goddamn right it is. You're goddamn right it is. If this doesn't receive an Academy Award, I mean, that seems unlikely that it would receive an Academy Award. I mean, I guess I need... What? Wait. Really? Just like that? Having only shown one clip? I'm already getting the Academy Award for most significant, most important piece of art ever made in the history of mankind? Guys, I really don't know what to say. This is just... I guess I just want to thank, myself, mostly. I mean, I didn't really have any help. Like, no one assisted me with it. So, yeah, I guess I want to thank me. And I guess all of you, you did something by watching. I mean, the glory has to come from somewhere. Yeah, thanks everybody. Spay or neuter your pets. Climate change is probably real. So, okay, everyone takes their pot shots. Thanks again. Bye. I guess we did win the award. I guess we won awards from every academy. We really did. It just goes to show. Drawing can really take you places. That's the truth. Okay, I had to show Med, all right? You know, I know everyone's getting a little overwhelmed with world-shattering art, but I had to show Med. It's a shame James wasn't here. It's a shame he didn't catch it. I had to show my buddy. Thank you. Thank you. Wait. All right. Easy there with the money, boys. Easy. You're all my best friends. Stop giving me cash. You don't need to pay me. You do not need to pay me. I mean, I definitely deserve a lot of money, but it doesn't need to be from you guys. It doesn't need to be from you guys. So what's going on with y'all? What's up with you guys? Happy to add a little spark to your Ohio life, man. You know, I'm always good for it. Any other news? What else is up with you besides moving to Montana? Honestly, I think Ohio would be a perfectly good place for a commune. No, you guys are messing up my super chat meter. It's like now all the money that I'm making, I'm just gonna have to pay back to you guys in coffee. Like, brutal. Brutal. Chilling, have to get work done soon before Cali trip. Oh, you're gonna go to Cali. That's nice. That's nice. Oh man, haven't been to California in a bit. Get back there someday. I gotta have you hop back on the stream sometime. It's been a while since I've had you. Ah, 60 acres of woodland, small creek, and good hills. Oh, you're going to see Tool with Cynics? That's dope, man. That's going to be a fun experience. So it's a pilgrimage for you. Let me be a Jabba the Med as a cameo. Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds real good to me. Bye, Med. Pleasure to have you, friend. Take care and good luck with your work. Oh, man. It's nice being part of our community. I'll tell you that. One of the greatest honors of my life, I must say. Who's got questions? Who's got questions? I mean, hit me up, people. Doesn't have to be questions. It can be just anything you want to talk about. All sorts of stuff, really. I know that you're all very diligent, very studiously sitting there drawing while listening to me and watching me draw. What was the last thing you discovered about yourself that made your art more authentic? You know, the biggest change for me was just realizing that I didn't have to do anything but what I liked. That was the biggest change for me. It was a big revelation, and it definitely took a while to sort of like settle into it because it was so overwhelming, but nothing was a bigger change than that discovery, that profound realization of something so ridiculously obvious that just you can just do exactly what you want and it'll be fine. That was the biggest thing. And then it rewrote so much of the practice because it made it so that a lot of my questioning became an act of undoing, removing shackles, removing expectations, removing the yokes that other people and systems and industries and things like that were putting on me, and instead just getting back down to core, just burrowing all the way down to just, what is Steven like? What does Steven want to do? What makes Steven happy? And it's been beautiful, man. It's been really beautiful. Hi, Steven. Do you think the process approach of making digital painting is important, or we just need to find what suits us? Is finding your approach similar to finding your style? Is that even a thing? It is about finding what suits you. Digital is totally flexible, completely flexible, unlike anything else. So it really is just about finding something that suits you. It seems you can achieve same results in a million different ways, for sure. So I often find myself stressing out about if the current approach is good enough more often than anything else. Look, I'm pinching my head. What was that? Sorry, I got distracted. Finding myself stressing out about if the current approach is good enough more often than anything else. Just focus on the art. Most of the time, our obsession and our neurotic worrying about, am I doing it the right way or is the approach right, is just, it's a subtle form of procrastination. It's just like keeping us from committing all the way to the pieces that we're making. Chester Chat has a question. Chester Cat. Yep, question. Are you interested in the philosophy of art, or do you try to avoid these fundamental questions for a more controlled reality? I would suggest you investigate my my YouTube channel. I mean, my YouTube channel is, 100 strong videos of me picking apart art philosophy and stuff like that. But not, I should be precise about what I mean by philosophy. I mean, for me, art philosophy is like the internality and insights that are available in the art practice. I don't think of art philosophy as like explaining art or something like that. For me, art philosophy is like for artists. It's not about what you say to others or what you say sort of about the art, like the content of the art. That's something else to me. That's like mission statement stuff, career stuff, business stuff more. I mean, a lot of the times it masquerades as being like deeply personal and stuff like that, but I think it's sort of a different pursuit and really quickly gets tied up with business and what galleries want from you and what agents want from you and stuff like that. Oh boy, okay. I can't draw. I got my booster today and I'm sleepy. Ooh, it hit me like a ton of bricks the other day. I know what you're saying. Bye, Jacob Art. Steven, I have been drawing Boxman. Any tips for it that aren't in your Gumroad videos? That aren't in my Gumroad videos. Don't make yourself think that they're more complicated than they are or something like that. They're just ease up on them. They're a way to keep yourself entertained. They're just, all it's really asking is, how would you simplify a body this time? And that's it. There's no answer that's correct over and over and over again. It's just, how would you, so it's personal, simplify a body this time, which means it's different every time. And it also means that, of course, when you're starting out, you're going to simplify it poorly and you're going to get better and better at simplifying as time goes on. Wander says, do you love me? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Are you very interesting? Do you take care of me? Are you kind? Am I emotionally available? What kind of a love are we talking about? And there's certain kinds of love that are just not on the table, you know? Question, if you could ride any animal into battle, which animal? Pfft, giant squid. Architeuthis ducks, baby. Let's roll. That's the sound a giant squid makes. My New Year's resolution is to draw more? You're in the wrong place, dog. We draw less here. Steven, how long you making animations, or it's just for lulz? Any serious plans to it? I mean, it's all, you know, I'm just playing clips from the future oeuvre of Drawing Ascendant, the Eternal Legacy, the Eternal Chronicles of Stephen Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. You know, I'm just, I have a little time machine device that pulls clips from the distant future where that show runs. There in the future, it's a historical drama. Yeah. So serious for the lulz, all kind of the same as far as I'm concerned. Do you think that you can draw only what you want and be able to work in the industry? Nuanced question. If you're very good at drawing only what you want, yes. But you also have to be a shrewd business person. How often does money come into question when picking and choosing projects you're hired for, given that they're both over your minimum rate? And how do you get freelance remote jobs in art? If they're both over my minimum rate, I don't know. I'll always do the one that pays more. I mean, just be honest. I'll always do the one that pays more. I mean, no, I've been on too many jobs to be fooled anymore. Like, oh, it pays slightly less, but it's more fun. It's all the same devil, baby. It's all a job. You're still going to have to answer to people. You're still going to have to do notes. How fun could it be? You know what makes me feel good? Big fat invoice. That's what Steven likes. What is your process for character design? Can you please tell in little detail if you want? Nah, it's a huge question. Character design? First thing I like to think about is, well, first, you need a prompt. And you need to investigate the prompt and do a lot of research. You don't want to... You know, I don't want to go review ArtStation right now, but a lot of what you see on ArtStation that's like, this is a character design, it's like, dog. No, it's not, and you know it isn't. Chill. Right? You just drew whatever you wanted, and it happens to be a character. So you're like, it's a character design. It's a character. But a real character design is answering a very specific design question. If you weren't answering any other question besides what I wanted to draw today, it's like, there's no rules, we're not architects, there's no licensing board, you get to say whatever you want, but it's a little disingenuous to call it a character design. So, a prompt. If you really want to practice character design, because real character design, the stuff you do for a job, is very specific. There's tons of rails. So you need a good prompt and you work to the prompt. That's step number one. Everything else is enslaved to that. Steven, do you have a favorite cheese? Gouda. Do you keep drawings from your childhood? My mom does. She's obsessed with those things. I'm like, why are you holding on to these? I'm always like trying to pull it out of her hands all rude, like burn them in front of her. She's like, no, mijo, no. Let me have it. I was like, what is that? I hope you take a break sometimes, huh? You would go crazy drawing 24/7 and speaking about it too. Lucky it's something you love. I do love it. How you holding up? You all right? No improvement? Yikes. What is your opinion on art books, for anatomy specifically? How useful do you find them? I use a ton of art reference books, especially for anatomy. I've Gray's Anatomy, Human Anatomy by Elliot Goldfinger, Bridgman, Stephen Rogers Peck, Paul Reicher's Artistic Anatomy. My favorite reference one, and the one I generally recommend everybody get, is Strength Training Anatomy by Frank Delavier. Someone in the chat will link you to it. I find the reference ones more useful than like drawing advice, drawing books. They're generally pretty bad. Do you study from classical masters often? Yep. Study gesture anatomy will work, but wonder how relevant this becomes as you master your craft. Thank you. I still do. Why art directors seem to be way above the artists? I was talking about this earlier, but drawing, illustrating, painting, we we gave ourselves a bad shake. Artists don't advocate enough for themselves. They suffer from very low self-esteem. They're afraid to negotiate. They don't know how to represent themselves, and they ask for very low rates. Years and years and years of this has resulted in people who draw, illustrators and stuff like that, putting themselves basically at the bottom of the pecking order. We are the least important, least valued, least respected parts of most artistic pipelines, and we suffer for it. And maybe we'll fix it someday, maybe we won't. It's nothing to cry about. It's just the nature of culture at the moment, right? If you want glory or respect or something like that, pick something else, because you're only going to get it from other draftsmen and illustrators in the current era. Everybody's above us. Art directors are just part of that. We definitely live in the age where curation is more valued than creation, so that's also a part of it too. Most of right now, society values people who taste make and push things much more than people who create. So that's another thing. But that'll switch any day. The world is cyclical. So put your chips where you really want them and just ride it out, baby. How many jobs can you handle at the same time? I've done 3 before, but it wasn't fun. Should someone starting on freelance illustration be getting more than a single job to work on simultaneously? If you're starting out, I wouldn't do so many that you compromise quality. I would make sure that you don't compromise on quality. You can start doing more than one at a time when you know you're delivering what the client needs. Doesn't need to be your best, right? I've been a professional long enough that I'll tell you honestly, like, it's not about doing your best, right? Clients don't need your best. Clients need the product, right? Personally, being at the very top of my game and in my prime and experienced and lucky, my best is more than most clients can handle, right? They can't afford to pay for it. It takes longer than they can afford. And they wouldn't know what to do with it. They'd be like, now the product is about this world-changing drawing that he delivered that's going to make him get interviewed, and people are going to ask us how we found this scrying orb that let us peer into the future and stuff like that, and we're just trying to advertise a product, and we can't let Steven's beautiful drawings become the product now, right? So that I can't deliver my best, right? I need to hold myself back. I need to put a shackle around my neck in order to do what the client needs. So at a certain point of skill, right, once you've entered art heaven like I have, you gotta reel it back a little bit. But before that, don't compromise on quality. Once you're nailing quality every single time, then you can start compromising slightly. You still always deliver the product, but then you can do 2 jobs, 3 jobs, whatever you can handle. I can't do more than 2. I've done 2 at the same time before and been fine. And the client's very happy. They never would have known, nothing like that. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's keep talking for a little bit. I don't want to miss these questions. This is a good question. Wait, what? Do you watch Grey's Anatomy? What's your favorite character and why? Very funny. Not everyone. Just for people who don't know, Grey's Anatomy is a famous anatomical textbook. I think from like the early 1900s. Anyway, if you get a copy of Grey's Anatomy, there's some of the best anatomy plates out there. Super, super specific. Most of them are irrelevant because a lot of them are internal anatomy, but the muscle ones are very good and beautiful. If you just like the design of some of that stuff like I do, really quite nice. Do you speak other languages? I speak some Spanish, but not super well. Not some Spanish. I speak a considerable amount of Spanish, but still, not well. How do you keep your drawings somewhat clean? My hand starts to get graphite all over the paper over a while. I mean, my hands are always dirty. They've always got some graphite on them. But I just put a folded sheet of paper under my hand like this. That handles most of it. Also, I smudge my drawings on purpose anyway, so it doesn't really matter if I smudge them with my hand a little bit. You can't really notice. Any advice for overcoming fear starting projects? I've been stuck in I have to study more, I'm not ready to actually do the thing cycle for a couple of years now, and as a result, have no portfolio. I mean, that's my... Watch some of my YouTube videos. I know that sounds really pandering, but truly, I talk about that all the time. Or take my workshop. I basically, being in a workshop with me is me not shutting up about this for a month. You have to stop. Because that thing, I have to study more, I'm not ready to actually do the thing, that will never end. I know tons of artists, I'm friends with those artists, I've trained a bunch of those artists. You will do that forever. And it doesn't matter how long you've been doing art. You'll push that forever. You just need to start today. You need to start yesterday, is the truth. Good night, Chester Cat. Cost. Are you able to enter flow state while streaming? If not, does that frustrate you? Bruh, I don't care anymore. I really don't care. I've done... I wish I couldn't count how many drawings I've done. I have forgotten more drawings than people's whole careers, than people have done in their whole careers. What's another one on the pile? Who cares if I was in flow or not? Who cares if it's good or bad or not? It's just, it's the air I breathe, you know? I guess there used to be a time where it mattered to me if I was in flow or not. I just don't care. Drawing is just base function, the meaning of life. If I'm in flow, out of flow, happy, unhappy, frustrated, distracted, doing well, doing poorly, who gives it? Who cares? Who cares? And I'm just relaxed about that at this point because I've been in that state long enough, and I also have seen that I can not care, and 5 hours later I'll look down at the paper and sometimes I'll be like, oh, that's a turkey, that really sucks. And then other times I'll be like, best drawing I've ever done. Go figure. Life is chaos. Art is chaos. No one knows how this functions. No one knows how this works. I'm happy to do it on stream, off stream. I'm happy to draw even if I'm angry. I'm happy, this is weird to say, and I don't know how to explain it, but I'm happy to draw even if I'm hating drawing right now. If you can get here, I'd highly recommend it. Get on board. I'm starting to think that defining your art style from the beginning is not a good idea. Yeah, I like the search. I mean, I've known some artists who have had meteoric careers for whom they really they knew exactly what they wanted their work to look like right from the beginning, and they never deviated, right? I would say Ross Tran is an example. I'm sure you all know him. He's the biggest art YouTuber, I think. But Ross, when I was in school with him, when he came into school, his art just always looked like that. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, he was a kid. I think he was 18, maybe 17 when he started at Art Center. I was a couple semesters ahead of him, I think. But his work just always looked like that. And he always knew he wanted it to look like that. He always knew, I like these colors, I like these atmospheric effects, these shapes are better, these shapes are worse. He just wasn't confused. And he's gotten better, but it hasn't changed. His taste has stayed exactly the same. So if you have that, that's good, but I wouldn't force it. I don't think it's something that can be forced, and I think trying to force it is just like artistic constipation. It's just going to get in your way. You do you, you know? At my university, we use the Arnold Moreau book, another old one, but very detailed. I don't think I know that one. Thank you, it is what it is. Glad you like those weird bones. We'll see where they go. Real talk, workshop sounds like a great idea. Check it out. I'll list tickets. I plan on doing a workshop in February, and I'll probably list the tickets for it right in the new year, either January 1st or 2nd, something like that. That's the plan right now. Hypothetical situation. If someone self-taught themselves the right things with consistent daily practice, how fast could they go from noob to getting a job? I mean, these jobs are not real. Art jobs are not real. I don't know. I hate to say it, but concept artists, for example, people like to pretend that that's one job and it's the same everywhere. Like if you're a quantitative at a finance firm or something like that, and LOL, it is not. A concept artist is a different job at every single studio. It's, as one of my very insightful students once said to me, it's a million different jobs that are masquerading as one job. So one person could get it in 2 months of effort, and another person will only get it after 20 years of effort. And it's based on right place, right time, right connections, right portfolio, right random interest. It's chaos. It's chaos. I wish I had something more optimistic to say about it, but after all of my time doing this and working those jobs and having those jobs and losing those jobs and having friends and talking to them about the stuff, it's chaos. It's chaos. It ain't easy. In my country, you recommended paper and pencil combined is expensive. Then you recommended tablet? Sorry, I don't quite understand what you're saying, Kunal, but I don't tell anyone go do digital art. You do whatever you want, but I think, I mean, a day might come where I stop digital art completely and I only do traditional. Like, traditional's great. I think anyone could. If you want to get into art, you need nothing more than any pencil that's in your home and any paper that's in your home. You don't need anything. Beautiful drawings can be done on absolutely anything. Proco and Jazz are pretty. I just mean like Proco's bigger than Ross, but Ross's channel's like it's like about his art, right? But Proco is an educational company, right? It's not Stan's art. You get what I'm saying? I was talking about like artists, you know? Yeah, Jazz is bigger, stuff like that. Proco is an art educational, more lifestyle thing. I'm not. I think that's apples to oranges, that comparison. Steve, have you ever been fired? If so, why? I've never been fired. No, I've never been fired. I've had contracts not renew, but that's different. Hi, Francesco. What's up? Only a matter of time before Steven sells out to big transcendentalism. Oh, can't wait. Can't wait, honestly. Sounds good, dude. It'd be so much easier to make all my money strutting around on stage trying to be Alan Watts. Here I am being Alan Watts, but I gotta draw while I do it. The responsibility of being the best, man. It ain't easy. How you doing, babe?
Good.
Sorry, was just getting an update from my wife. Nothing to worry about. Watts be like, in order to become yourself, you must be yourself. The being of the self becomes the which of the self is being. Sounds like Waddy boy. Sounds like Waddy boy. It's all there though. Watts really gave the game away. He really gave it all away. He just like did the mic drop and he was like, all of the spirituality is just everybody getting distracted. Just pretend it's not here. He really gave the whole game away. Do you think making art is a leap of faith? By watching your videos, I realized I wasn't actually doing the stuff I liked. I was just practicing so one day I could do it. You got it, baby. Yes, of course it's a leap of faith. But it's not really a leap of faith. It's like you're just leaping into yourself. It's like, you're going to catch you. It's just art. It's just art. You're going to catch you. Trust. You trust, you trust, you trust. Partially human. Yeah, I'm 4 hours and 10 minutes in. Yep. Will I share a story? I don't know if I have any stories. If I think of anything, I'll let you know. Off the bat, nothing comes to mind that I'd want to share. Personal, I think. Question, I got your shading tutorial, but one thing that I couldn't get is, are you stumping in the direction of forms? Thank you. I do everything. So I stump with the form, I stump against the form, I just sort of veil. The trick is that I'm drawing with it. Like, the real thing that you need to keep in mind, it doesn't look like it when I'm doing a demo or when you're watching me draw, but the stump is dirty, right? It's loaded down with graphite. Look how much I can draw with this thing. See? So there's no, I wish I hadn't done that on the back of another piece of paper, but you can kind of make it out, right? That's with nothing down on the paper. That's on a clean sheet of paper. That's how much I can draw with just the dust left on the stump. So imagine if there was more dust on the paper and it could pick up more and more and more. That's what I'm doing every time I use the stump. I'm drawing with it. Whatever quality there is in this ghost that I just drew with the stump, that's how much quality I would be leaving out of adding to the drawing if I wasn't drawing with the stump when I stump. So I'm never just rubbing stuff. It's not about going with the form or without the form. It's like it's a new sketch, baby. I'm drawing with it every time. Whew, just gave myself the shivers. I'm the best, man. And I'm probably the greatest art teacher who ever lived. This is like, it's super emotional being me. I'll be honest. It's like, what an honor to be me, man. This is great. You guys should try it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a little drink to keep going on this.
What?
Careful, the microphone's up. You feeling alright? Life is chaos. All right. You'd make a great narrator storyteller with how dramatically you can deliver stuff. Dog. Dog, please. Who do you think you're talking to? You think I don't know that? I'm the creator of Drawing Ascendant, The Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. I didn't make that because I didn't think I was the most important storyteller humanity has ever seen. After how much time does one become intermediate rather than a beginner? I don't think it's a time thing. I think it's just how you feel on that given day. I think there's days that I feel like a beginner again. And on those days I'm practicing beginner stuff, fundamentals and things like that. And you're intermediate when you're working on something that has a lot of rails, that has a lot of structure. And then you're advanced when you're really freewheeling and you're doing something that's your own lift, where you're sort of manifesting everything about it. You know, the story, the writing, the reason that it exists, the raison d'être, as the French used to say. It's really more about what you're undertaking. And it doesn't matter how long you've been drawing. You'll have beginner days and you'll have advanced days. That's what I think. I can tell you one thing for sure. There's no clean answers in art. What is your opinion on getting good together in a group community versus improving alone? I think it's probably essential for most people. You can do it without that, but it's much harder and it takes longer. I think it's a good idea for most people. I like more to study alone, but it's usually suggested otherwise. I mean, if you like it, you like it, right? And I'll be honest with you, yeah, you definitely don't need to. You know, history is full of sort of lone wolf artists who didn't really need anyone's help or input. But you got to be really honest with yourself. Are you that way because you're really a lone wolf genius who doesn't need anybody else's input? Which, again, I'm saying is totally possible, right? Like, I'm kind of like that. No one can keep up, right? I don't need anyone's help. I don't need anyone's input, and I never have, right? But are you like me, or be more realistic? Would you be better served by getting people's input and getting feedback from trained professionals and stuff like that? And are you just avoiding it because of like social anxiety? You know, it's nuanced. It's nuanced. Draw less and he's doing a 4-hour stream. You got it. Steven, do you think that doing master studies of perspective-driven drawings like environments and cars is more beneficial than just doing those from reference? Yeah, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I think doing it is really the most important thing. Like, most of my client work is doing environmental designs, and I never really did any master copies of environments. I always did master copies of figures, stuff like that. That was the main thing I master copied. It's kind of funny. I never thought about this before. I got really good at environments just by grinding them out for work over and over again. And sort of the initial lift that I did for portfolio and stuff like that. I can't really remember doing master copies of environments. No, that's not true. No. I did some, way less than I did figures. Now I'm remembering. I did some, never in depth, never like really long, but like thumbnail studies, quick cursory studies of landscape paintings and stuff like that. I did do some of that. Yeah, now I'm remembering. My bad. But yeah, nothing, it helped a bit, but not as much as doing many of them. That was the biggest part. I'd keep it short. And be careful. If you spend too much time doing them in the abstract, you really got to ask yourself, honestly, how often am I applying this to an actual piece, to an actual portfolio piece, you know? Quick question. Do you think it is necessary to give up other stuff you like to become really good, like at a professional level at drawing and painting? Probably, yeah. I mean, if the professionals that you're talking about are like industry wolves, you know? Yeah, for sure. You're just not going to be able to do much else. And if you're comparing yourself to me, you know, if I'm there in your realm of comparison, like, I'm a freak, baby. I gotta be honest and say that I'm a freak, like the freaks that I mentioned. You know, I've been doing this forever. I love it. The more I do it, it just makes me want to do it more. I have considerable mental faculties. I'm not a stupid person, and I have basically bent all of the brain power that I have towards improving at art by any means necessary, in ways both rational and zen. So yeah, if you're comparing yourself to people like me, and there's a lot of people who draw better than me. They're not better than me, but they draw better than me. If you're comparing yourself to people to them, yeah, man, you can't do other stuff. I wish I could say otherwise, but I'm just being totally realistic here. That doesn't mean you can't do anything else. I'm just assuming other big, skill desires and things like that. But I don't know. And on the freakiest levels, there's people who are great artists and great writers, great creatives in general. They can become all sorts of other things. I'm just generalizing. Can you please do a quick example of how you go about shading smoke and clouds? I don't think I've ever shaded those in pencil. I don't think I could do an example. You know who you can look at for that, and who maybe has a really good tutorial for it, is Greg Ruth. I've seen him do some insanely realistic smoke in graphite. Maybe he's got a tutorial you could watch. Is that narrative ability a natural aptitude or practiced? And if practiced, how? Oh wait, quick question. Do you think narrative ability? It's both. I have to admit I do have a natural aptitude for that. I've always had what the people in Queens like to think of as the gift of gab. And the storytelling part, yeah, that's always been with me. I've always been probably traces back to my childhood, just like being obsessed with attention. And I very quickly tracked that one of the easiest ways to get attention is to be able to captivate with a good story. So had like a natural drive to be able to weave a good tale. But I did develop it also. I've studied story. I've read a lot. I've analyzed a lot. I watch a lot of story analysis. I've taken a class or two. I've taught a class or two on story structure. If you want to get into it, this book has a lot of problems, but my favorite overall accessible introduction to how stories work is Save the Cat by Blake Snyder. That's the required reading in my college storytelling class. That sounds like I'm joking, like all my other jokes, but that wasn't a joke. When I taught my college storytelling class, that was my required reading. If you want to move up to bigger stuff or more nuanced stuff after that, I would say my favorite sort of deep cut storytelling guide that is really not accessible. It's more for industry focus, like people who really want to be able to tell stories, who want to have it as part of their creativity and stuff like that. I like Into the Woods by, is it John Truby or John York? There's two Johns who wrote storytelling books, and I now forget who wrote which. But Into the Woods is that was my favorite one of the more industry focused story development books. And they've helped me, but yeah, I can't deny the natural aptitude either. Which makes sense. It's like I am the most foundational, most essential storyteller of our generation. So it makes sense that that's going to be a combination of both hard practice and natural talent. What is an artist? Can anyone give that title to themselves? Is it something you... apologies. Sorry. Wasn't doing that right. What is an artist? Can anyone give that title to themselves? Is it something you earn? Do you need to be recognized to earn it? My friend RFB, I would say to you, go watch my second video on this channel called What is Drawing? I think that's my answer to that question. I think my answer there still stands. I think that's still my opinion. But just to sort of summarize it, my opinion is that as soon as you have any inclination, as soon as you find yourself even asking the question, it's just done. You are an artist, and we can move on now. We can think about something else. That's what I say. That's what I think. The dark music did its job, but we're hours in here. Need a little bit of an upper. I think it's kind of funny with all the dark stuff that I draw, creepy monsters and stuff like that. I spend most of my time while I'm drawing listening to Ariana Grande. The creepy music is on brand, but it's not what I draw to. Or Thriller, just Thriller on loop. Need I remind you that Thriller is basically a Halloween song. Let's be very clear. What's the book you keep talking about and quoting all the time, Steven? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what I'm quoting all the time. What am I quoting all the time? Am I accidentally quoting something all the time? Maybe Paradise Lost? I don't think I've quoted Paradise Lost on this stream, though. Did those books on writing help you create more ideas when you draw? No, not really. I mean, the ideas are sort of already there. The books on... How did this song with lyrics get in my playlist? No, I got too many lyrics here. Christmas music? Dog. Have you seen What We Do in the Shadows? Love it. I've seen the movie and the show. I spend too much time talking like Nacha when I'm being stupid around the house. Were you talking about Into the Woods 5-act journey? I was, yeah. I found the 5-act structure, especially with the midpoint being the most important part of a story, I found that that really like cracked stories open for me. Three-act structure is like a nice introduction, but I think for anyone who wants to like understand stories or really get into them, I think it's too simplified for the most part. It doesn't give you enough meat to grok the more advanced stories that you probably like as a tasteful person. 5-act structure is more complicated, but it's not overwrought, and it makes clear the symmetry of stories, with the midpoint being like what the story is sort of based on, and then there's a symmetry to the acts on either side. Daniel Davis says, I want to thank you for what you do for the art community. You're welcome. I found your videos and words very inspiring as an artist. I'm very, very glad, Daniel. Happy to be of service as always, everybody. Truly, it's an honor. Pencil sharpener, brace yourself. Do you have any tips for habit maintenance as an artist? More specifically, I'm an artist with autism. Oh man, I mean, if you have a... With specialty considerations like that, I wouldn't deign to insert myself into that or to pretend to be an authority on that. I would seek professional help wherever you can find it. Yeah, I would say I just don't know enough about that. In general, I think that forcing habits is difficult. And in my experience, the bad habits are less the problem. The problem that I see more often with students is that they have not prioritized what they find fun in art. And then that's what makes it like a chore, you know, something that needs habits to keep doing art. If you sort of turn the ship around, you sort of stop caring about all of the unnecessary stuff and you refocus on the fun. Why do you need habits? You'll just want to draw. Are you planning on doing virtual workshops or some mentorships next year? I don't do anything in person. My workshops are always virtual. I do them on Discord, actually. I plan on doing a workshop in February, and I'll probably list tickets in January, at the beginning of January. If you're interested, just watch out here, watch out on my Instagram. When I list them, I post it to all my socials. Not on Facebook, I'm not on Facebook. But if you just keep your eye on the YouTube, or if you go to my Gumroad and you click the button up top to follow me, that'll get you hooked into the Gumroad newsletter. And then you'll know the second those tickets go live. And if you're interested in doing the workshop, I'd get one early because most are gone in a day or two, and then everything sells out pretty quickly. They sell out within a week usually, if the past two are any indication. Have you ever tried a hand crank pencil sharpener? That's funny. Back in grade school. I remember my friend once had a little Japanese number, little hand crank Japanese one that got like a ridiculously long point. That was pretty cool. I don't know. I don't really find much stuff like that very necessary. It's not about the point. It's not about a razor sharp tip. You just need a reasonably sharp tip. You don't need anything crazy. You just gotta draw well. Know what you're doing. Design values and shapes carefully. Oh, so if I really aim myself towards finding what I love, maybe not even drawing for a bit, but still sketching occasionally, of course, they can develop themselves, or do I not have to step back? Yeah, just go towards your interest. Like, I believe in the interest economy when it comes to art. There is no greater poison to the art practice than being bored, than being uninterested, and then feeling like you're slogging through it. That's going to kill you, right? Interest is worth its weight in gold in the art practice, whatever interest weighs. Just anything that makes you want to be at the drawing table. A joke, a gag, the smile on a friend's face when you surprise them with the drawing you made. Like, that's what it's all about, you know? That's what it's all about. Whatever keeps you there, that's everything. Nothing is more damaging in the long run in the art practice than boredom. That's the best habit, loving what you're doing, having fun with it, and carrying it lightly, you know? Don't take it so seriously. You do all of those things, drawing's going to be the happiest place in your life. That's what it is for me, you know? I don't worry about stuff while I draw. When I draw, I feel like I'm right where I'm supposed to be, whereas I don't necessarily feel that way in other situations in my life, you know? Ironically, a lot of the times I feel like I'm not where I'm supposed to be, because wherever I am, I'm like, I should be drawing right now. It's like drawing is just like this addictive, perfect little perch, and I'm a little bird with beautiful wings, and I just flap down onto my perch, and I'm like, cheep, cheep. I'm so happy here, cheep, cheep. And that's me for hours. Bye, partially human. What are your thoughts on John Truby's Anatomy of Story? It was good. It was good. I like Into the Woods better because it was more generalized. Like, I really felt like I got like a principle out of Into the Woods that I could apply to everything, whereas Anatomy of Story was more, I think it's more in lineage with Robert McKee's story. They're more like detailed, breaking it down, like here's all these different kinds of stories. Like they're trying to find all of these little modes, little cookie cutter niches that they often, that makes it sound negative. It was good, they did a good job, but it's just, it was more like a reference book, I feel like. I feel like it's more to be used like, oh, I'm making an episodic. Oh, I'm making a drama with serialized elements. oh, I'm making a up-tempo adventure that subverts CBD, and it was like CBD, and it was more like that. Like, you're supposed to know what you're making already, and then you go to that chapter and look it up. That's what it felt like to me. I liked Into the Woods better because it felt more, yeah, like a generalized, here's a big takeaway kind of a thing. Does your wife draw a little bit? She does. She does more 3D modeling these days, though. She's more of a 3D person. She has a very astute structural mind. Pulling the ghost out of this drawing. Manifesting out of dust. So once I have the interest and I can do the heavy stuff like thinking about my career, yep. That's right. What if you like animation but don't quite like the idea of doing it for money? Would you focus on illustration or something like that? I'd focus on being a doctor. Illustration is not... That's the problem with art. Nothing is, animation, I love it too much. I don't want to do it as a job. I'll go be an illustrator. Illustration is not a side gig. No. Negative. That's the problem with all parts of art. It's like you're all in or you're all out. There's no one side gigging illustration. Everyone who you're going to compete with to get illustration jobs are wolves. Crazy, focused wolves. Hungry, frothing. Even though they're standing over a pile of meat-covered bones, they're still looking at you and growling. They're angry. They want more jobs, more art, more jobs, more art, and they're ready to die for it. That's what it's like in art. So you want to compete with them on a lark? It's not going to happen. And you'll need 15 years to be able to compete anyway. So I'm not kidding when I say just be a lawyer. Like, go to medical school because you're not going to catch up with me in 15 years. So you could be a lawyer in less than that. And then you can fund all of your dreams with all of that money, which is way easier to make as a lawyer than it is as an artist. Honest advice. Now, I'll tell you what, you're not going to hear that one very often. Take it into consideration. Where do I start with storytelling? I'd love to tell stories through visual media. Just start. You need practice. That's all anyone needs. The rules, the books, they're just if you find that stuff fun. They're not necessary. Just start. Just start a comic, write a short story, do something. Don't use the where do I start as an excuse. You don't need it. Just make it. Just make it. And accept that it's going to be bad. Of course it's going to be bad. Of course it is. It's your first one. Everyone's first one is bad. Everyone's first 10 are bad. Just make it. The world doesn't run on great stuff. The world runs on stuff that's done. Just focus on that. As Jake Parker says, finished, not perfect. Perfectionism is an illusion. It'll kill you. You've never made anything perfect. And if you tell yourself you're a perfectionist, no, you're not, because you've never made anything perfect. How could you be a perfectionist if you've never made anything perfect? You have no idea what you're talking about. Stop it. You're shooting yourself in the foot. If I get into one of Steven's classes, I'm opening with, "Hi, I'm a perfectionist." Oh my god. You'll regret that. Respectable start here on this drawing. At least I know what it is. We're coming up on 5 hours here, so let's just do a little couple touches on this guy, and then we'll chat for a bit, and then we'll sign off. This guy's still a ways off. We'll see if he gets finished. Ooh, my eyes are killing me from staring at this paper. It's so bright. I gotta go get my moleskin. Use that nice, loving yellow paper for these long streams. Thanks for the plug, Omar. Yeah, Francesco. I have a video up on my YouTube where I talk to some students about their experience with the workshop. If you're interested in that, I'd check that out. Perfectionist anonymous. Fanny is a perfectionist. She really is. But it's different with her. She achieves perfection, so she has a right to be a perfectionist. The rest of us, we've never achieved it, so we have no rational reason to consider ourselves perfectionists. Sean Fitzpatrick. Oh, Sean. You're coming in here late. I'm going to be leaving soon, but it's good to hear from you, man. Sean's been a student with me. He knows what it's like to learn from me. He'll tell you to stay away from me. Thank you, Freedom Escapism. Do you know Gaia ads are coming on your stream now? Wow to algorithm? What is Gaia? Is Gaia that new age streaming platform? Am I getting lumped in with them? Oh god. The algorithm heard me say Alan Watts. And they're like, give him the guy ads, give him the guy ads. My brother trained himself to draw mercilessly with a pen. He still makes mistakes, but not very many. That sounded kind of like a Solid Snake, actually. Snake, what's going on over there? He seems to be drawing only with a fountain pen. Never seen this technique before. It's crazy, but it seems to be making him more precise. Want to know about this delightful creature Steven has created? Well, I'll tell you what it is once I know. Everything random that I do, I just put it in a file that's like backup designs and new designs for Drawing Ascendant, The Eternal Chronicles of Stephen Zapata, Epic 1, Lasting Legacy 1. I'm sorry, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. It'll all get used in that story. by the people who animate it in the distant future, who then send it back to me in the past. Where I present it as a stream intro, but in the future it is a historical documentary of what really happened in the times after the first 15 artistic golden ages that I ushered in with my art streams. Is everyone keeping up, or... Is there anything you are good at besides drawing, or you have interest in? I find trying to be good at drawing has made me good at so many other things. Controlling my emotions, communicating with others, setting schedules, being a businessman, writing, doing creative direction, inspiring entire generations, developing stories, communicating, video editing. Yeah, so you might say I'm good at a few things. Sean, you might want to stick around till the end. I'll play the stream intro again for you at the end. I'll use the intro as an outro too. For those who haven't caught it. I really enjoy when you talk business and workplace stuff, maybe because it's almost the same rubric in all things corporate. Yeah, I mean, my experiences being a commercial artist and working at art studios and stuff like that, I'm sure it's almost identical to any other kind of job. It's just that when I go to my desk, I'm drawing, but everything around that is pretty similar, I'm sure. Just like you, my main complaint about working at a studio was I can spend more time in meetings than I do doing my job. It's the same as everyone else. I always wonder how every being on a game or film belongs to the same universe. Everything in a game or film looks like it belongs to the same universe. Is that what art directors do? You got it. That is correct. I mean, art directors do a lot of things, but I think if you were going to look for like their archetypal job description, that'd be a big part of it. Keeping all of the art in the same direction. It's really hard to do that as just a lone artist as an illustrator, you know. Takes a lot of mental energy just to make the pictures, so it's really hard to add on to that, doing all of the editing and decision making and picking, is this even the right thing to be going here? So in the siloing of creativity that has occurred in the entertainment industries and design industries, that part of the job gets outsourced to the art director, and the illustrator just worries about making the pictures. And the best illustrators usually have gained some art direction ability, and then that helps them focus their art and make sort of a brand for themselves, and to understand what's distracting about their art, what can be cut, what can change. And a lot of the times you gain those abilities through exposure, through working the jobs and communicating with art directors and stuff like that. They start to, via direct transmission, you start to glean what their job is and how to make those decisions and what kind of thinking goes into it. And you get better. I will warn you though, once you get good at that stuff, or once you have an eye for it, or you can even just talk about it, people will try to make you an art director really quick, and you just got to be careful with that if your priority is the pictures, because art directors stop making pictures very quickly. Not all of them, especially the best. They still make pictures, but a lot of art directors don't. They don't make pictures anymore, and well, the best art directors, they like that. They enjoy the direction more than the meat of making the picture. I personally, I could never give up making the picture. That was doing that makes me happy. So I'm trying to hold it off in my life for as long as possible. It's weird. People might think you're crazy. I had someone directly offer once. They wanted to put me up to that level, but at that company, I knew the art directors very quickly stopped making art. So it was awkward, you know. Good friend of mine. Sort of like a putting his arm around my shoulder kind of a moment. Like, I'm ready, buddy. I'm ready to vouch for you and get you up to art director. And I was like, that's really nice, man. Let me think about it. You got to have your priorities straight. If drawing is your real demon, life will try to distract you. And in my experience, you've got to bend all of your will towards letting yourself make the pictures, and to do that for the marathon. And to not let distraction and other things in life coming up pull you away. All right. That was nice. I think I need a little break. Let me just say we're going to stop on the drawing there. It's a drawing, you know. It's a drawing. We got the idea out. Let's chat for a little bit. I'm going to close up soon, but just want to answer any questions or talk to anyone who has any things or anything like that. Maybe I'll put up the chatting board again as we close out. I kind of have to go to the restroom right now, so I'm just going to chat until I can't take it anymore. Thanks for being here, everybody. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for drawing. Yeah, any questions? Anything anyone wants to talk about? I'm here for you. Have you watched Arcane? I have not. Well, I watched like the first 10 minutes of the first episode, I think. So I have not watched it yet. I'll get there. Favorite project this year? Definitely drawing Ascendant, the Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata. Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. Definitely. That blew me away. I mean, when that tachyon pod landed in my backyard and that sentient biodroid rolled out and gave me the footage and explained to me that my art streams were going to usher in not just a golden age of art, but a golden age for all of civilization, and that my art streams were going to be the discovery site for faster than light travel, eternal life, Steven cloning. I was blown away. And then when I watched it, I was like, makes sense, dude. This quality stuff. Definitely my favorite project. Really, really mesmerized by that. Do you decide a value range beforehand when doing a drawing like this, or is it a constant evaluation as the subject elements take form? It's a constant evaluation. I have done drawings where I decide the value ranges beforehand, just like get really regimented with planning, but I don't do it all the time. I spend more time improvising than I do planning, I think. Thank you for sharing your talents and skills. Freedom Escapism ASMR. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. I know it may be hard to believe, but sharing my natural, explosive, joyful talent with people who give me nothing but accolades and rewards for doing it, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. I know that's hard to believe, but it is a lot of fun. It really is. Which figure drawing method do you like the most? The Steven Zapata method, man. That method, it really changed a lot for me, the Steven Zapata method. The one where you just sit and you don't even worry about it or think about it, and you just draw happily, and it comes out as one of the best figure drawings in history. Love that method. It rocks. Check out Bridgman. Check out Frank Riley. Check out Loomis. I've copied Loomis's figure drawing for all it's worth. I've copied every drawing in it cover to cover twice. But there's no one answer to anything. Thanks for the stream. This was a lot of fun. My pleasure, Foku, really. Is there a lot of overlap between the illustration and concept design industries, or is it like a one or the other type deal? I mean, there's a lot of overlap in that both are some of the few industries left that drawing is really useful and rewarded, and like drawing is tied up with them. But like execution wise, like what the job is, there's really not a lot of overlap. Not really. Yuri says, can a person who started studying drawing late be a freak? Sure. I mean, your freakiness could arise at any time. It's possible. But don't... Remember, I talk about the freaks, so I'm like, don't compare yourself to the freaks. It's like really... It's disruptive to the journey. Like, I don't think you should really compare yourself to anyone. I think you should have friends, peers that you're on the journey with, and let that correct you. And don't worry about Kim Jong-gi and Karl Kapinski and Lisa and Claire Wenling and Craig Mullins and Jamie Jones and Ahmed Al-Duri and everyone else. Just don't worry about them. Like, let them go off and do their thing. You're gonna shoot yourself in the foot worrying about them. Shady on Fire says, hey, how do you remind yourself to have the patience to follow through a long period drawing without feeding the urge to move on to something else? I get that question a lot. I think, honestly, the only robust answer is that time is going to do it to you. You're going to get run over by time. You're going to do this long enough that eventually you're going to look back on a whole year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years of jumping ship, drawing after drawing after drawing, and you're going to be like, oh my God, I didn't add anything to my portfolio for 5 years because I just kept moving on to something else. And you're going to hate yourself. You're going to cry. You're going to take it out on your dog and people that you love. And you're going to look at yourself in the mirror one day, a shattered mirror because you punched it because you hate yourself so much. And you're going to say, you got to finish something. And that's what it's going to take to finish something. Unless you take my advice and you just start finishing stuff now. You got to put stuff in your book. You're going to make yourself crazy if you don't. You're going to make yourself real crazy. You do know that, Steven guy. Ever try sculpting your creations in Blender or ZBrush? Yeah, well, I use it more upfront. I don't think I've sculpted anything after I've drawn it. Not yet, at least. But I've used ZBrush as like a planning tool to create references and stuff like that for drawings. And I've seen people do sculptures of some of my designs. That's been really, really cool. I like that. Liam says, hey, Steven, just want to say thank you for getting me back into drawing and out of a rut. So my resolution is to draw more this year. So thank you so much for your influence. Liam, it is my pleasure and my honor. I'm very happy to have contributed to the growth and the excitement of another art demon. Your art demon is, that's who I work for. My art demon speaks to your art demon, and my goal in life is to make people draw more. It makes people happier. It adds more beautiful stuff to the world. So you drawing more is all the thanks I need. I love that. Is confidence proportional to the hours doing it, or is independent from time? Is confidence a mystery, or you can tell what is the secret? I mean, there's no getting around it that as you draw more, you get better, and the better you are, you'll just feel more confident, but it's not necessary. If we just look at it in the ad absurdum, of course, there's someone out there who's just, they're not that great, and they haven't put in a lot of time, but they're not worried about it. They're confident. They're like, I'll get better. It makes sense that I'm bad now, and who cares? And it's like, that's good. That's healthy, I think. Chady says, thanks, man. Actually, I was starting to go crazy for not finishing projects. That's why I asked. Yeah, you just got to do it. I don't know if anyone can force you into it. You know, it might just be a thing where, yeah, something's got to happen to you in life where you're finally going to be like, okay, I don't have forever on Earth. Don't forget you're going to die someday. You only have so much time, right? There's a finite number of drawings you're going to do, right? You don't know it now. You're going to know it at the end of your life, right? But someday you're going to pull the last ticket out of the counter, and that'll be your last drawing. And no one knows how many they've got in them. So make them count, baby. Make them count. Gotta go before I watch the Steven Future Tachyon Space Adventure and a Future of Steven for a 5th time. Thanks for the stream, Steven. Always an inspiring time. Thank you, Great White Sufi. Yeah, in case anyone hasn't missed it, you know, if we got some turnover here, there's new people here, and you haven't seen the new stream intro, if you haven't seen a clip that I've acquired of Drawing Ascendant, the Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1, you want to stick around for the close. And then I'll never play any of it again, I swear to God. When you're feeling lost with your art, where do you go? I always think back to basics, but I don't know. That's not always the most exciting. You know, when I'm feeling lost with my art, usually a break helps more than anything. Just not drawing for a few days. It always gets purified. Something always pops up in the shower while I'm driving. It's like, oh yeah, that'd be fun to do. More than any like reference or anything like that, taking a break helps me the most, I think. What do you think is more valuable once you become a professional? Trying to get better jobs, or to indulge in your own artistic desire, even if it doesn't add to your portfolio? Indulging. That's what I think. People can debate me on that, but I think indulging, personally. Thanks, Steven. This is a hobby for me, but after discovering your channel, I've started taking it seriously, and man, has it added value to my life. I still suck, but at least I'm getting somewhere now. Saxum, that's awesome to hear. Very happy to help. An honor, truly. As always, as I say to everybody, I'm really, it's really a big thing in my life that I've got something here that helps people draw more, and it makes people want to draw, and that purifies some of the emotional stuff that comes up in drawing. It was my goal when I started making the channel, but I still feel a light sense of surprise every time I hear that I help someone. It still means a lot. It's pretty fun. It's really fun. All right, everyone. I'm gonna run. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I'm just gonna, for anyone who's missed it, I'm just gonna play the intro since it's new, and we'll play a clip after for anyone who didn't catch it. Bye, everyone, and I will see you soon. Good luck drawing today, and thank you for drawing today. And I hope all of your artistic endeavors go very well if you're going to continue drawing today. Bye, everybody. Have fun.
The year is 87039, new nonlinear time. It's been 50,000 years since Steven Zapata's final art stream, but we still live in a golden age defined by the gifts his stream bestowed upon mankind. Faster than light travel, eternal life, Steven cloning, and the keys to a truly galactic human civilization. My name is Stave Satapaz, a reminder clone of Steven Zapata, an exact reproduction of his personality as constructed by an AI compiling millions of hours of his original art streams. By all accounts, I'm exactly like the original Steven's public persona, just more muscular, exactly as he would have wanted. I travel the stars on my light tracer, a dream of Steven. My crew is, of course, all clones of Steven. Some of my officers are reminders like me, but not all. Some are bioclones, and yet others are aspectoids, clones who, instead of trying to capture his full essence, amplify a particular portion of the original Steven's personality. We've spent hundreds of years drawing, exploring, and philosophizing while snaking our way through the stars, spreading the good word of design. But we've had another, secret mission as we've cruised the cosmos. I, seek information on the legendary originals, Steven Zapata's true drawings that he flung wide across the stars at the end of his life on Earth, never to be seen again. My crew thinks I'm looking for them for the same reason all the other madmen do, because they would be valuable beyond all reason. But they don't know what I know, that a critical mass of originals in the hands of a trained reminder can provide a psychic link to the original Steven mind. Once I collect enough, I'll be able to fulfill my destiny and achieve psychological continuity with the original Steven. And through me, he will live again, to usher in golden ages of art forever. Drawing Ascendant, the eternal chronicles of Steven Zapata. Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1.
Who's that, Steven? It's Gamghoul Steven!
How you holding up out there, Stave? I'd say considering I'm fighting a Steven who doesn't draw, I'm doing alright, really. Ha! Just try to keep everyone entertained while you try to keep your head. I need more time in Cathar Steven's palace. I know the god graphite is here. Somewhere in here. If I only knew where. Hey, no rush, man. I got this guy on the ropes. Trust me.
Yeah! Lucina Thunder, Duneja Marido, Dunya, Nanyata Da Giata.
What?
It's Incanthia, great sword of the Black Fountain. He really does have it. Yeah. Nitroya. Nitsuyo Tufu. Gimya Tanta. Ata.
This is a dream of Steven. Stave, are you there?
Steven, you got to the ship. How do you get past the blockades?
Nothing the dream couldn't handle. But they're on me, and we're coming in hot. I'm gonna get you out of there. Do I have clearance to murder some citizen Stevens as I strafe the arena?
Soon, but not yet. Sturvin needs more time in the palace to find the god graphite. If you attack now, all the guards watching my execution will rush back to the palace to secure Cathar Stephen. So give him the runaround until I get word from Sturvin. The god graphite. Finally. Oh, it's beautiful. Whoa, yes. Come to Sturvin. Hold on. No need to rush there, little Stephen. You and I both know Stave wouldn't want you to get sloppy and spill any of that, would he?